Good morning, good day, good evening, wherever you are. Just drink last sips of my coffee. Let's get into this, shall we? Um, let's see where this goes. Last time was, well, strange. This game certainly does have its ups and downs, I have to say. We did actually a pretty nice excursion into the second tomb of the Zephyr, which visually, as always, looked pretty stunning. We definitely got interesting information about them and what the second sage, I think that's what they were called, possibly was. The whole thing, especially where the sarcophagus at the end was actually located, did look a little bit as if the Zephyr themselves weren't really that fond of that second sage and what he or she might have potentially, you know, done with the Force and how they acted. It's not entirely clear, which is kind of a cool thing because that lets us speculate about it. What wasn't as good though was how the whole situation during the story played out. Initially, it started out really, really well with when we fought the second sister again, and she revealed herself to us, took off her helmet. What was her name, though? I think I forgot her name, but she revealed that she's actually the former Padawan of Seer, who, as we know, closed herself off from the Force, and apparently that act, or she, under torture, basically gave away the location of a Padawan. And because of that whole ordeal, apparently decided to close herself off from the Force. The former Padawan, though, took that as a betrayal of her and turned to the dark side. Now, obviously, I can get behind that. I thought the scene was pretty well done. It also makes sense, right? If something like it's a very complicated issue that I feel like was presented fairly well, and it's a morally gray area, right? I don't think we can fault anybody for giving away information under torture. Like even a Jedi shouldn't be, faulted for that. But you can obviously also understand her Padawan, who potentially just held her in higher regard, especially, when you think about this pupil-master relationship. You probably expect your master to be infallible. Is that how you say that? Which is, interestingly enough, something that also comes up during the prequels, right? When Anakin kind of struggles with Obi-Wan always being kind of perfect and wanting him to, not be as pedantic about Anakin's faults, but then at the same time being angry at him for not being that perfect all the time. So they could have explored a very interesting relationship there, and maybe we'll get more about that during actual cutscenes at some point. Unfortunately, the whole thing was then completely undermined by whoever was in charge of the writing for the in-game dialogue, which was incredibly bad. And suddenly everything that happened in the cutscene and all these sort of morally gray and interesting bits and pieces fell apart completely when the second sister decided to basically tease us as if we were in elementary school and try to get a reaction out of us by, making us aware of the fact that apparently the Empire is further along in their research for artifacts from the Zepho than we are, and she, yeah, as I said, basically played elementary school child and wanted to make us jealous about that. Which hopefully doesn't work. I'm not entirely sure if our main protagonist, Cal, I mean, he seems very childish in a couple of ways, which is unfortunate. And yeah, that was something, certainly, right? I mean, to put that into your game after you had a pretty good scene, arguably, and then completely undermine how good that scene was in-game dialogue afterwards, that's actually not that easy to do. So it left kind of a bad aftertaste in terms of what the game is presenting. Now, since my last stream of the game, I actually did watch another stream, at least the beginning of it, right? Obviously not past the point where I am. And what became immediately clear is that the issues that I've noticed with the game basically are pretty widespread, and you'll encounter them every time you play it, and it very much seems as if the game was rushed out, though I do find it strange how the problems are presenting themselves. Like, it feels more... I think I mentioned that at some point during the stream as well. There is something weird about this game, where it feels like parts of it are this really, really polished and really well thought out AAA experience, and then other parts of it feel like the first game of an indie developer, right? And I'm not trying to, put that on the developers too much, because maybe they were. Like, maybe EA hired, or Respawn hired for this game, and maybe they tried to trust very new developers or something. I'm not entirely sure what happened there, but clearly this game needed not only more polish. I don't think, a couple more months in development would have necessarily changed too much. It probably would have gotten rid of a couple of bugs, but the core of the issue is that certain things in this game are just sort of amateurish in design. And it feels like they were missing some sort of oversight to, good game direction, possibly, to catch those kinds of problems early on, because there are core design issues in this game, alongside the writing and everything, that just feel like the game was lacking in focus and sort of general direction, and was possibly missing somebody who really understood what a project like this needs and how it needs to be done, right? And ultimately, it therefore ended up being this kind of a cool concept in many ways, but also falling apart when you really look at the details. Now, obviously, I still have hopes for the game. It is still fun in a lot of ways, actually. And so maybe, we get this missing focus towards the end of the game more. I'm not entirely sure where I am exactly. I mean, I think the menu says 45%. I have no idea what that's referencing, if that's the progress through the story, because I haven't really done that much exploring, I felt like. I think I definitely overlooked a couple of chests and other stuff that you can find on the planets. So again, I'm not entirely sure what this is referencing, or the number itself is referencing. Maybe it's the areas that you visited on the planets, something like that. Either way, apparently we entered, according to this number, you'd think that we would be sort of in the beginning parts of Act 2. That's not really what it feels like. Maybe we're not. We'll see. Right. I definitely hope that, let's put it like, I definitely hope that the next 2/3 of the game, which I expect to be about a third through maybe, to be better. Maybe there's going to be more cutscenes. I thought that most of the cutscenes were really well done. If they're not buggy, like the one cutscene with the audio desynced from the visuals, that was unfortunate, but generally the cutscenes are pretty well done, so hopefully we'll get more of those. Other than that, let's get into it and see what we can see. I'm just in general, and I mentioned this as well at some point, I thought that it would be great to have like a Star Wars game that I would like to look forward to, right? To, well, knowing that they're apparently developing a part 2 of this series, or not necessarily a part 2, but certainly another entry to this game series, and I think Cal's supposed to be the protagonist again, though I'm not 100% sure on that. I mean, there is potential here. You'd have to change a lot to make this an actually good game, but there is definitely the potential for it to be a really good game. Now, the question is, will they actually do that, right? I mean, again, I think, and I have no idea who exactly is working on the second game, if it's the exact same team, or if, like, usually in game development there is a pretty high fluctuation usually. So there are definitely also new people working on it, but they're going to probably use a lot of the assets and just general ideas that this game established. So we'll have to see, right? We'll really have to see how it progresses, how it moves forward, and hopefully avoids stuff like this, which is a wrongly placed texture. Or not what is that actually? Alpha texture? Something is not placed correctly. But anyways, let's stop with worrying about what the game does or doesn't do and continue playing it. Last time we did unlock the force pull. It's interesting that the push and pull, you'd think that sort of from a mental standpoint, push and pull are more or less the same thing. But, well, anyways, oh, hello. Huh. Stormtroopers once again having problems with guardian creatures and whatnot. Wait, why did we look? I thought, wasn't I here last time already? Or maybe I'm supposed to do something with the middle portion now. Let's wait for it to just kill everything. Yeah, I guess we still have to do something here, huh? Oh, he's still alive. Well, never mind. He's dead. Oh, I always forget that is... Okay. That was weird. I always forget that their kick comes out way more quickly than you'd think. Oh, cool. I think that's the first time I got that animation for it. Yeah, the kick is really, really weird. The kick, when he does the kick, the damage instance comes out what feels like at least like half a second before, who was talking? Before the animation, which is just kind of strange. Like, once you know that it's happening that way, you can actually estimate when to properly press the dodge button, but it's still like a weird thing. Oh, hello. Oh. That moves that platform. Interesting. Okay. Oh my god, why? For fuck's sake, why don't they let... Oh, that just clips through. Interesting. They just don't let you, move the camera. Like, how are you supposed to find the point where you have to bring this to unless you look for it in advance? Like, now I accidentally discovered that apparently we have to put it here, but... I mean, you kind of know what you're supposed to be doing with this, but, like, why? How did they... Who comes up with this stuff, right? Who comes up with the idea of, oh, sure, as soon as the player grabs this rope, we'll just remove the ability for the player to move the camera, because that's fun. Okay, so I guess we have to climb up this thing? Oh no, those... Wait. There are ropes on that ceiling. I actually don't remember how to get up there, if that's even what I'm supposed to be doing. Can I pull this somehow? Oh! Ah, you know what? I might want to use this to... Oh, no, I just can't? What? Oh yeah, okay, that doesn't make any sense. Why can you only move it this way? That doesn't make sense. I wanted to push this thing into the glass to shatter it and get the orb out of it, but apparently that's not what you're supposed to be doing. Wait, is it supposed to just fall down? Can I just remove it? Oh no, wait, it won't completely fall though, right? Yeah. Is there even any point to removing it again? Well, I do sure hope that the solution to this thing is to actually go up there. Otherwise this is going to be extremely annoying. Wait, so... Oh, I guess... I see. So, I think I'm supposed to go this way again, and then... Cool. That's fun. Where's the rope again? Bye. Oh, there it is. I have absolutely no freaking clue if this is the right way to go. Oh, cool. What exactly am I meant? Do I have to swing further, or how's it supposed to be happening? Oh, you can... Okay. It just didn't show that to me earlier. No, never mind. This is not where I'm supposed to be going.
These are the remains of a Zephonian, a laborer, worked to death.
Oppression. The remains of the Zephonian laborer. They were overworked to the point of death. That's actually something that I did not expect. Might be a potential hint that they were a little bit... I mean, yeah. All of their imagery and everything is sort of like Egyptians, right? So, I guess they also follow very similar... how do I put it? Like, problems, right? Because that's something that obviously we don't really know in, in the current year, but at least I think things that were discovered about the pyramids in Egypt and how they were built. For a long time, it was speculated that something like that would have only been possible with slave labor, right? But ultimately, I think it was discovered that that's very unlikely because a lot of the work that was required, even placing the stones and everything, did require a lot of knowledge. Like it was basically work that needed to be done by actual knowledgeable workers, right? And it therefore was very, very unlikely that they used slaves, at least in like a bigger way. Like it's very likely that most of the workers that worked on the pyramids were actually just normal, everyday workers, basically. But I think there was something in there about them potentially being overworked, or, you know, that problems like that might have occurred. So I wonder if they took some inspiration from that, and because the Zepho are clearly sort of Egyptian themed, so I'm wondering, yeah, if that might be something that might have happened here as well. I like how he always teleports to the middle of the way here, because his animation doesn't play out properly. I'm trying to look for, I thought there were these candles that you can use to burn away the roots, but there don't seem to be any close by, which I find a little bit strange, unless I'm overlooking them. Oh, right, this is the way. I was kind of confused about how I'm supposed to get back up here. Yeah, I don't know where you're supposed to get the candles from, to be honest. Oh, there are definitely candles there, so... Another one of those shadow troopers. Yo, buddy, can you come over here and help me destroy this thing? What was the point of getting it up here? Oh, I completely misinterpreted that. You're actually supposed to use these I get it now. Yeah. Now I get how this is supposed to work. So can I just shoot it now, or how does this work? Oh, well that clearly wasn't the right way to do it. Wait, can I combine this with the R2? Oh, I can. It just doesn't work the way I thought it would. Wait, what? Don't tell me I have to run around because there is a waterfall in between us here. Can I actually jump with these active? No. Wait, I can't jump over though. Or did I just not hit it correctly? No. I think it's the water that's not letting me transport them over. Wait, so... Oh, the water's just sort of awkwardly clipping through the ceiling. Oh, that's fun. Oh, so... How is this supposed to work exactly? Why can I not jump while I have them active? Oh, that's why there's water here as well, so... They force you in a certain direction? What? How, or can I, wait. Can I pull them from down here? No. I have to come over here, though. I'm also pretty sure that those are the Oh! I get it now. That's actually pretty clever. So I think I basically have to kick them into that stream, right? Yeah, okay. So now it's here, and now we can pull it again. Well, that's pretty clever. That's a cool, neat little puzzle. Now the whole thing burns off. I do slightly wonder how it was possible for those vines to actually hold up the entire structure, or the entire rope-like thing, but oh well. Huh. Definitely a very, very clever thing. I very much enjoyed that. Okay, one thing that I do want to try, though, before I move on, is can I... No, I cannot, right? Oh. Wait, is... What the... Oh. I thought for a second the thing clipped through the barrier. Also, it's kind of inconsistent that you can actually break the red attack on the rats, right? I mean, sure, they're just rats, but why can you break that attack but not other ones? Wait, so can I use this somehow now to... Okay, well that was easier than I thought.
This was lit as a sign of respect and reverence for the sage buried here.
Well, that's... I could have told you that without sensing any echo. Well, obviously that's why these candles are for, right? Why? Did I say why these candles are for? What these candles are for? Oh. It's already dead. I do think that I like the combat a bit more now. I'm still not the biggest fan of it. Oh, I need to burn these away as well. Wait, can I though? Oh, hello. That's visually very unclear. What's the point here exactly? So I'm pretty sure that I won't be able to run through here with the candle active, right? Because for some reason, even though the candles literally have a thing on the bottom and top to protect them from outside influence, they still extinguish while running through water. Cool. So, am I meant to, but I can't climb there from here. Because I feel like I somehow need to get through the upper portion with the candle. Oh, I can just pull... Oh, that's clever. So I can basically just release this? Yeah. And then climb back through this way? Is there a point to doing this? Like, is there a reason why I'd want to... get through up here? Because that still doesn't allow me to... Oh. Wait, the fuck? That's weird. I don't think there's any other way of accessing this room, though, right? I mean, I can clearly burn those away. The question being, how would I do that? I mean, there's no way for me to... I can't go through here, so clearly this room is separate. I wish you could move them and just place them on the ground again, right? Like this, and then just let go, basically. Oh, you can. Wait, what? Didn't the other candle in the other room get destroyed when I tried to do this? So can I just place it here and then try to pull it upwards? I wonder if this is close enough, or if I can, you know, grab it from up there. Oh, wait a second. Okay, close this again. Oh! You know what? It was probably the water on the floor that prevented me from placing it on the ground, right? Oh, great. Sure, that's what I wanted to do. Well, it still works. Yeah, I suspect that whenever there's water on the ground, it'll also not let you drop the candles, right? That's why they get destroyed, because they land in the water rather than... yeah, makes sense.
Remains of a Zepho soldier. They were killed for stealing an offering to the sage.
What? How would you steal something like that? Oh well. Anyways, I think that means that I did this. Do I want to try and deal with the chest outside as well? Wait, where was that exactly? Oh, that was there on the other side though, right? So I think I'd have to... Oh, yeah. If I activate this again... oh, wait a second. Does that actually work? Unless I can shoot the thing up there. You know what? I don't really care. Let's just move on. It's not like we get anything useful anyways. So this thing just needs to go in here then, right? You know what? I almost wish that they would have given you a lot more of these force abilities right from the get-go. I think the game... Like, I get the idea of slowly introducing these things to your player, right? But, let's watch the cutscene first.
Here it is. I have finally found an intact representation of this sacred Zepho artifact. My friend, look closely. This is Mictro at the Vault Ambagano. You can see an object in their hand, Based on this imagery, I believe this object allows a Force wielder to perceive the mysteries of the vault. This is the key and the guide, the Zepho-Astrium. But who would destroy images of it, and why? Requires more research. However, our next step is clear. Find an Astrium, if any still exist.
An Astrium. You ever heard of it? Me neither. But a key. Yeah, I understand that. Looks like we know what we have to find.
That's actually pretty clever how they use the elevator right up to explain that to you, right? See, there are moments like this, also with the puzzle in the room just now, where I'm sort of going, wait, how can they design something that's actually really well done? And then at other times, it's just the complete opposite. That's kind of strange, but all right. Master Cordova journeyed to Zepho, the homeworld of an ancient civilization of the same name. The same species built the vault in Bogano, where he hid the holocron. On Zepho, he discovered a tomb dedicated to the powerful sage Mictrol. Cordova's exploration revealed the existence of a Zepho-Astrium, a tool that could allow him to access the vault in Bogano. I really, really wish we would have gotten... I mean, maybe we still get that, but I really wish we would have gotten more info on Mictrol, because other than the first sage, who was just kind of glossed over really quickly, I feel like this sage has a lot more interesting history behind it, especially because apparently they were potentially using the dark side of the Force, not necessarily in a bad way, but using it nonetheless. And so, yeah, I wish we would have gotten a bit more information on that. But again, maybe we'll still get it. Also, it does seem strange that they would build this thing on Bogano instead of here on their homeworld, but maybe they build it on top of, I don't know, another structure that somehow is connected to the very powers they are trying to utilize. What's the thing that I was trying to say earlier before I accessed the elevator? Completely forgot what I still wanted to talk about. But anyways, yeah, it's let's see. Okay, so now we're outside of the structure again. Can still see the broken off wing, so this will potentially get us back around, right? Yeah, okay. So now we're basically we're approaching the Imperial structure from the other way. Which I still find really impressive how big this level actually is here on Zepho. That's pretty awesome. I just wish... That's another sort of point that I thought about also while watching that other stream of the game. They, for some reason, very heavily rely on sort of... well, not jumping puzzles, but there's a lot of like jumping and everything involved in the game. And I feel like while you have these powers as a Jedi,
Very
it's still...
good, Padawan. You've cleared the way.
What are you talking about?
I needed this tomb raised. And now that I have what I need, you're of no use to me.
Can you reverse what she's done? Thanks. Hope this new encryption keeps her out for good.
Yeah, I mean, are you telling me, like... Okay, Trilla, right? If you weren't capable of doing this, like, somewhat simple puzzle and everything on your own, then I'm sorry, but you're probably no threat to me whatsoever, right? I mean, if you needed me to raise this, which was a very kind of simple thing of just, especially with the Imperial troops, right? They didn't even have to use, or didn't even have to do any sort of puzzle. You could have literally just, I don't know, shoot a rocket at the glass. It would have shattered and would have given you access to the same orb that would have raised the structure the way I just did, right? I mean, how is she not capable of doing that on her own? And why is she teasing us about something so simple? That's weird, right? As I said, seems like something an elementary schooler would do, and completely counteracts the way she acted during the actual first cutscene where she was introduced to us, which is unfortunate. Right, I also remembered what I was going to say. So the force powers of this game, right? They're actually kind of cool. I mean, usually with games like these, that's the cool part, right? I mean, you are a Jedi in a way, you can use the force and everything. And, you know, yeah, it's fine that the wall run, I don't really care about whether or not it's in the game. I mean, I do care about it to a degree, but that's clearly not a very important thing in the grand scheme of things. But the force push and pull, they're so essential to the idea of what Jedi can do. And also, they make it possible to actually create interesting puzzles and interesting interactions with the game world. And I feel like it took way too long for the game to introduce those powers to you, right? I mean, with an action game like this, and they're not really overcomplicated actions, right? That they're very easy to use. And so I really, really wish that they would have just been there from the beginning. And I think the game could have used or could have done a lot more interesting stuff with their environments. So I think maybe the reason for why they take so long to introduce these powers is because they want you to go back to the other planets, right? Start exploring and everything. Problem is the exploration of this game really isn't good. Loot is pretty much non-existent, right? If you only put sort of customizable stuff in a single-player game, like what's the point of that, right? And so again, exploration isn't really it's just not really all that fun. The environments look good, but they don't provide enough. Like, if the environmental storytelling was a lot better, unfortunately it's pretty poor, to be honest, then maybe that provide an incentive for the player to explore more. But since that's not really a thing, it also doesn't really make sense to not have these powers from the very beginning and just be able to utilize them. I feel like that would have made the game up until this point a lot more interesting, especially also combat-wise. I think that, in general, I get the idea. You're a Padawan, you've been in hiding for a very long time. Obviously, your force powers would probably be pretty poor in general, but still, right? It's a Star Wars game. You are playing a Jedi, and the very little amount of force power that you're able to use generally during combat is... I wish they just would have given you more options. I feel like that would have been a lot more fun so far, because that's another thing that I felt like for the longest time, is that the game just needs more combat options. It's very, very limited on that side. And while the basic idea of the combat is really good, the execution kind of isn't. Yeah. And I feel like introducing those powers way earlier to you would have alleviated that a little bit. Obviously, you'd have to come up with other sort of things to either unlock, but I feel like there are so many possibilities for that, right? I mean, they could have... You have the skill tree, right? Which this whole skill point system feels kind of pointless, haha, pun intended. Anyways, so they could have literally just removed that entire thing and instead just given you a couple of the abilities that you would get through the skill tree via exploration. I feel like that would have worked a lot better. They already do that to a degree, which is actually really strange to me, that there are these points that you can find where, finding 3 either increases your force power or your health. I don't know why they then also doubled up on the skill tree also having force increasing and health increasing bubbles to it, right? I mean, why not just remove them? Again, if you remove the skill tree, those would be gone as well, and just instead place them within the world. I feel like that would have worked a lot better instead of these chests that basically give you nothing, right? Which is inherently a weird thing. I'm just, with the ship and BD1 and your lightsaber being the things that you can customize, I think that's a really poor choice, actually, right? Because, and I mentioned that at some point, one of the defining factors, let's say, for example, of C3PO and R2D2 are how they look, right? That's how you can differentiate R2D2 from other R2 units, is because he's white and blue. And C3PO is the golden robot, right? Compared to the other ones that are mostly either black or, silver or whatever, right? That's how you can identify them. And so why would you be able to change the color of BD1? I feel like that's part of his identity, is that he looks like he looks, right? And the same goes for the lightsaber. Isn't, the lightsaber and how it's constructed like a very important sort of self-identification of Jedi? Why would you suddenly... I mean, that's why they even... I mean, obviously it's Star Wars, right? So they also sell, quote-unquote, the different variants of lightsabers and everything, right? And you always see, like in illustration books or whatnot, you see these specific lightsabers that are clearly, you can clearly, who wielded them, right? And why would you completely change the look of your lightsaber, right? I think now it could have worked well that if they had some sort of, let's say, basic character creation or something, where you could have chosen your outfit and maybe how your lightsaber looks, right? But then it would stay the same throughout the game. I feel like that would have worked a lot better. And then instead of having these unlockables for the lightsaber customization in chests, just remove the chests entirely and put something else there, right? Put force increasing powers there, or I don't know what, something, right? To make it more interesting to find them. Also overall, and I know I said that as well, in terms of how the game now works, I feel like making it a bit more linear, actually, a bit closer to Uncharted, rather than Dark Souls, would have worked way better for the pacing of the story, right? I feel like a lot of this exploration is just kind of pointless and doesn't really do much for the overall enjoyment while playing the game, which is unfortunate, to be honest. And yeah, another thing is that this sort of jump run section of the game as well is way overdone. There are way too many walls that you can run on, and way too many of these awkward slides that you can slide down. Reducing those by at least 75% would have made the game world feel like would vastly improve the level structure, in my opinion, and would make it a lot, not only more realistic, but also just in general would have provided way more options for them to put sort of cool little environmental details in these places, instead of, well, just 5 or 6 walls that you can run on back to back, right?
Identify yourself.
Why did that not hit him? Oh well. We can get an upgrade.
Unit. What's it like hacking other droids anyway? Yeah, I feel weird about hacking people too. For a good cause though, right?
Probe droid? Which ones are those again? Oh, I get it. The flying ones, okay. Slice probe droids after pulling them to you, okay. The problem was
We should check
that
in with the Mantis. Trilla probably knows where they are. You sure the comm's fixed? They're not answering. Something's wrong. We need to get back.
yeah, no shit, something's wrong. It's completely illogical that they weren't discovered earlier anyways, since we're clearly on a planet with a lot of Imperial ships, and yet we just parked our ship right next to them, right? I mean, the last time we were here, the ship was literally attacked by an ATST, right, when we came back. So, maybe it wasn't exactly the smartest idea to go back to the exact same spot again. But, oh well. I do like this landing platform in front, though. What was I gonna say? Oh yeah, the problem is with the slicing, right? I think that in general, that's not a bad idea, but for some reason, that typically just doesn't work all that well. It's kind of weird when the AI is fighting itself. Especially because I think that they were kind of cautious with that, right? When so there was like a room with two of these Imperial, what were they called again? Like the black droids. That's also one of them is also in Rogue One, right? You can bring them down to like 1/3 of their health, and then also slice them, and they get taken over and are on your side for the time being, right? The problem was, well, one time I did it, I was fighting an ATST, and the robot didn't know how to fight it. It just stood there doing nothing, which was obviously dumb. Another time that I tried it, it was actually like the robot was fighting another robot. But it took like, I don't know, it took ages for its health to get down, right? Which I suspect is because, well, they don't want that power to be broken or OP, right? And so they're actively reducing, I guess, the damage that a slice droid can do to opponents. It's more I think it's meant more as a distraction rather than the robot dealing with all the enemies, which I can get behind, right? Obviously, that would be kind of boring as well if the robot just literally killed everybody and you didn't have to do a single thing. But then they also require you to get the robot's health down first before you can slice it, so it's a little bit of a weird setup. And the problem is that ultimately the slicing ability just becomes completely pointless, right? I mean, it's just not that ideal. Which, funnily enough, you know, since this game does take inspiration from Sekiro, for example.
Think it's some kind of trap? Seems like we've been walking into a lot of them lately. Wait, do you hear that?
What? I don't hear anything. What was I gonna say? Right, so we have a new shortcut, but we can also take this elevator, apparently. That moves down, though. Do we want to take that? I feel like I've already been there, but I guess there's like another way to go back for some reason. But wait, I can also go this way. Yeah, not entirely sure what the point of the elevator is specifically. This level is actually way too big for its own good. Like, I don't know. It's just, I think the biggest problem is actually that they let you just freely walk through it, but that way you basically already discover parts of the level that are actually meant for later. But when you discover them first and then you go back through them later on, you feel as if it was sort of pointless exploring it the first time around, right? It's a weird setup, but oh well. Yeah, doesn't this just... I mean, let's move forward for the time being. Right. Oh, I guess this just doesn't open? Okay. Weird. Oh! Have I ever been on this platform, by the way? I do like this platform a lot because it does remind me of the platform in Rogue One, where whatever her name was, father was killed. The one that's played by Mads Mikkelsen. Doesn't he die on a platform like this? The engineer that got the plans of the Death Star into the hands of the rebels. So there's this huge landing platform here, and there's literally nothing on it. Cool. Wow.
What intel do you have on the Jotaz creature? It's powerful enough to rip arms right out of their sockets. Oh, they're that strong, huh? Oh, stronger than that. They can rip a person right in two. I think that's enough intel for one day.
Dumb conversations of the stormtroopers. But what? Oh. What? What's the point of that? Hi guys, don't mind me, just passing through. Oh. This was just for a chest? Really?
Okay, BD, what is it?
New lightsaber material, cool. Yeah, I mean, I can walk through there again. That doesn't really do much in the grand scheme of things. There are still a lot of structures down here that I haven't explored yet. I don't really care about it, but we might come back there later on anyways.
Jedi spotted. I got it. You won't kill me.
What?
Take that.
One of his shots just straight up missed. Well, that was strange. Wait, examine? What? It's not doing anything on R3. What am I supposed to examine?
I think this might be a lift to the lower floor. It'll be good for heading back.
Okay, the audio on BD1 just glitched out, and also, we were here already at one point in the past. So... Wait, is there actually no way to get through here? Oh, what the fuck? Oh, yeah, now I can get back there. Alright, let's do that.
I found my next victim. Give me more!
Oh.
Dodging all you're good at?
Bye-bye. I did not expect... So, one thing that I find strange, to a degree, is how quickly grenades go off. I'm not really sure why.
An Imperial officer hid a valuable relic here. She's hoping to use it to gain favor with the Emperor, but her deception was making her reckless.
Okay. Oh, that sounds really dumb. How do you... What? Stealing a relic and getting it to the Emperor as if the Emperor wouldn't know that you stole it, right? What the fuck? Who would be so dumb? I wish we could get a better look at the relic, though. Oh. Okay. The door's just closed. Cool, I guess. Man, if these optional things and optional stories were actually interesting, right? That would be so cool.
I heard the Jedi's traveling. Did you see movement? I've got him. That's right. Someone else get up here! You have to deal with me.
Bye-bye. Other two just don't care about me. Well, this was the room that I was in earlier, though, right? How does that actually bring us back to where the fuck are we trying to go anyways? Over there. So, and this was meant as a shortcut. Why exactly? It's not exactly a shortcut, is it? We still have to move through the entire level to get back to the ship.
Think we should check that out?
How did that not hit him?
Affirmative. Get the target. Hit him. Watch yourself. What's the target? I see you up there.
What? Oh, fine. So... I think this was the faster way, possibly? Maybe not?
This'll be fun.
I mean, it's the third time that we've gone this way, right? Which is why I feel like I might have chosen the wrong way to get back, and I'm not really sure what I am actually meant to be doing here. Wait, these guys are gone though. Oh no, they're not. There's somebody else here. Who the hell are you? What?
You got me!
You got me! What was that? Oh, I'm out of horsepower. Huh? That looked weird, didn't it? Holy shit, that looked weird. Oh, wait, what? Oh, okay. So that was supposed... Okay, that was... weird.
Where are we? 81?
You think they wouldn't take your robot
Hello,
when you get
buddy?
kept... Like, obviously they
Where
would
are
take
you?
it away.
BD?
That was a really weird animation, right? Like, especially because it looked like it was a kind of an easy to defeat opponent, right? Weren't they already down like 40% of their health? And then you just kind of get stunned, and there isn't even really a knockdown animation, and you just fall unconscious. Okay. In another ploy to kill Cal, Triller lured him onto a hanging sarcophagus and instructed her forces to shoot it down. In that moment, Cal regained the ability to pull his lightsaber and narrowly escaped. On their way out of the tomb, Cal and Beatty found another encrypted log from Cordova explaining the key to the Bogano vault as a device called the Zepho Astrium. Or the Bogano vault is a device called the Zepho Astrium. To access the vault, they'll need to find one. Before he could return to the ship, Cal was captured by a bounty hunter. Who they work for remains a mystery. Yeah, I don't think it's much of a mystery at all, but all right. Yeah, that was just really, really weird. That was one of these weird things where I wish it would have just been a cutscene, right? Because now it just feels like I was the one responsible for being captured, and clearly I wasn't. Like, it was a really, really easy fight, or would have been, if they would actually let you fight properly. So, yeah, if you're doing something like this, you need to, you know, just put it in a cutscene, and that should be it. Okay, cool. Feels like I'm somehow meant to hit those cables or something. Or maybe not. Oh.
Is that a power cable?
That seemed really dangerous, to be honest. But okay. Like, I would have thought that I'd electrocute myself by just pulling on a power cable. Wait, so that's awkward. Oh.
Something back there.
Hello.
That did it.
Well, so you're telling me this is a cell that has the power cable to open the door within the cell? Sure. Seems like a very cleverly designed prison. Well, I mean, I guess you could argue that it's maybe not meant to be a prison and it was just reused as one. But yeah, that was
It's cold, stale. Might be deep underground.
Or on another planet. Oh, hey, they apparently captured some creatures as well. You know what? I do very much like the idea of that. See, so the game is pulling dumb stuff like this, where you kind of go, wait, why would a fucking prison cell have the power cable to open the cell right within the cell, right? But then I can't access the map, and I don't know where I am because they took the like BD1 away from me. That is really, really clever, right? To give, because usually games have maps like in the menu, right? And so they basically can't do this, right? Or at least if they do it, for example, in Elden Ring, if you get into a transporter chest, you can still just look at your map and you know where you are, roughly at least, right? Even though you haven't, at least there you don't have the map unlocked yet for that specific reason, so it won't really show you where you are, but you at least know where you are in relation to the places that you've already discovered. But here, since they take the robot away from you, now you also can't access the map, and you have an in-game explanation for why that's a thing. That's exceptionally clever, right, as a design choice, but yeah, it's really, really weird that they're able to pull this off or able to think about that, but don't think about other things at all. Okay, so... Wait, are these all dead? Why would these creatures be in here in the first place? Huh. Oh, what the fuck? I was somehow stuck on its body. Interesting. So what? They just let the creatures die and then... Oh, I'm being monitored. That's interesting. That's a neat little detail, right? So they know that I'm free. And I almost feel like I was meant to free myself? I don't know. Am I meant to plug this in here? Oh, that actually doesn't work. Guess this plugs in here then? What? I wish there would be a clearer indication for what these things are actually doing, right? This is now just sort of trial and error, I feel like.
I did something. The door opened up.
What door? Oh, this one. Okay. Sure.
Let's see if I can find a way out of here.
I wonder if we'll have to fight without our lightsaber.
Looks like I'm being watched.
Yeah, no shit. Oh, hello. Who the hell are you? I wonder if this is meant to be some sort of weird test that Triller is trying to put us through. Huh. Interesting though, this thing doesn't turn with our movement.
That's not good.
Were they supposed to be falling? Why were they falling so slowly? That looked weird. Okay, so what exactly is this thing, or this prison station thing meant to be? Yeah, that looks really weird that they're falling so slowly. I mean, maybe there's some gravity or something going on here that makes them fall a lot more slowly. I don't know. Okay, this is locked until we get BD back. Huh. Yeah, I wonder what the point of this is. So they're capturing creatures and then they just let them die? Wait, what's the point of that? Do I need to plug that in somewhere else, or... I don't think there's any other plug here, right? Oh, there's one upstairs, okay. So what? We'll just not use it up until then? Why? Oh. Where the hell are you?
BD? BD1! Is that you? I found you. Are you okay? Let's get you out of there.
Is he just standing in the back there on the desk? Why is he not coming to the door? Unless it's a trap again? That looks so weird, right? They're all falling, but there's no sound playing. They're just slowly falling into some weird fog. What a weird setup. Okay, I feel like I'm somehow meant to go over the door, but do I have to plug it in again? Huh? What is the plug? What is the plug even for? I feel like I'm somehow supposed to go up there, but I have absolutely no idea how to do that. It just looks so weird. Wait, am I missing something? I can see that you can plug in the thing, you know, up top, but how are you supposed to get there? It's just... it looks so funny how they're falling. Wait, what? I can't, like, force push it up there, so... But there isn't any other, like, I can't take it far enough to actually plug it in anywhere else, right? What the I feel like I'm missing something really, really obvious here. Can it climb anywhere? Not really, right? Can I force push or pull anything else? It just seems like a light source or something. Okay. Wait, does that sound play every time you... Oh. Those things were just disappearing? Oh. Oh my god. Oh god. What the fuck? Okay, so I think... Well, what's meant to be happening, right? What's meant to be happening is... You're supposed to just come this way, right? Jump over here, and then you hear the sound, and the creatures fall. But, since you're still allowed... That looks so funny. Since you're still allowed to move back there, the same animation and sound will always play. But, if creatures are already falling, the game just despawns them to be able to spawn them in again, to fall down again. Well, that's... Why? Like, why wouldn't you deactivate that trigger once you've triggered it once? again, that is so amateurish in terms of it, like in terms of game design, right? That, like, to the point where you really don't understand how something like that can even happen. Oh well. Yeah, so what the fuck am I supposed to do here? Unless I can I like swing on this thing? Okay. Maybe that'll get me up there? Also, that is so weird, so you can... Oh, yeah, okay. Well... It's just sort of... it's so inconsistent in terms of its design, right? Because earlier... I mean, this is a power cable, right? Oh, what? What the fuck? It bends around me? What is that? Oh man, this game. But yeah, the problem is that the power cable has this blue power running through it, right? And earlier, I think it was on the Wookiee planet, there was a rope slide that also had this blue power on it while it was moving to prevent you from hanging onto it while it was moving, right? You had to stop the movement and then you could use it as a slide. Now, I get that the visuals are different, right? In that case, on the Wookiee planet, the blue power was clearly on the outside of the cable, whereas here it looks more like it's sort of flowing through the cable. Either way, it's very similar imagery, right? Which is something you definitely want to avoid when designing this, right? You want to make it clear to the player that they can grab onto this, but they can't grab onto the slide. So you're using the exact same visuals for both, or almost the exact same visuals. It's just really, really poor design. Like, it ultimately, it still works. Like, you can figure out, oh, well, I guess you're meant to hang on to this. But it's so weird. Again, this is such a basic design concept, right? That's, like, design 101 is that you make things consistent, right? That would be like building a, I don't know, building a building or a foyer for something and putting in 3 doors, 2 of which are pushed to open and 1 is pulled, without any visual indication that that's a thing, right? Imagine just how many people would just straight up run into the one door that is built the other way around, right? And sometimes you do see that in real life, right? When clearly somebody didn't properly think about what they were doing, which is also why most doors in real life have clear indication of them either push or pull, right? Or sometimes it's very clear in their design, or you see how the door is built, right? But yeah, that's really design 101. It's just really, really strange that would be, you know, that they would do it this way. It's not a big deal overall, but it kind of shows, you know, the problems with this game. Hey, why didn't you come up to the door?
Oh, I'm happy to see you too. Let's get that restraining bolt off of you.
Oh, okay. Can't actually move. Well, thankfully they've left the tools to remove it in the same cell, like a couple of centimeters to the very robot they tried to restrain. So either we're meant to do this as some sort of test, or the people that tried to capture us here are really, really dumb. Droid Jail, captured along with Cal by the criminal syndicate. Who's the criminal syndicate? We haven't heard about them up until this point. Why the Haxian Brood? How do we suddenly know that? BD-1 is separated and thrown into a droid prison cell. Known for mercilessly scrapping droid parts, the Broods targeted him for dismantlement. Luckily, Cal finds him before the Brood can hurt him, and the two plot their escape together. Well, this description makes me think that whoever captured us, apparently this Brood, they're just completely incompetent then, right? I guess? or they've never seen a Jedi in their life, which makes it strange that they were actually able to capture us then. But, oh well. And of course, you know, so most droids that we've seen in the Star Wars universe can access these slicing panels, right? So obviously, on the inside of a droid prison, you would put a slicing terminal like this. Makes sense, doesn't it? What the fuck? Why not design... whatever. This is just dumb. Wait, also, that path with the laser field in front of it, was that always there? I feel like I would have seen that if that was the case. Or maybe the path was there, but the laser field got activated because we plugged in the plug over there? I mean, we wouldn't be able to get there either way, I feel like. Even if we were capable... or can we deactivate it? Can we... Is that deactivated? It does. Is that just an optional secret, or... Oh, well... Cool. Can we not just... Okay, yeah. What are these things? Wait, they're... What? Why does this exist? This looked like a secret or something. Why? What? How strange. Oh, yeah, of course. Of course he doesn't grab on for some weird reason. And then we get... Can you... Oh... Man, this game. Thank you.
BD, we gotta get through this way.
Oh. Huh. That just moves the... Cool. I didn't expect to just get into this room.
Just what we needed.
Is it? I guess that'll let us operate the second... Oh, right, because it... okay, yeah, makes sense.
Got power now.
These plugs are actually not the worst thing in the world. Like, they're pretty fun to operate, I have to admit. Like, they're a pretty cool way of designing puzzles that can go into multiple different directions, depending on where you plug them in.
Home after all.
That's pretty cool, but, that's very intense music all of a sudden.
Hey, I recognize this band.
Band? Yeah, that's the song he was listening to at the start of the game, isn't it? Since I do have 2 skill points, maximum life that costs 2, recovers additional life when using a stim canister. Theoretically, this should get us more than just increasing our life, right? Because we have 4 stim canisters. Powerful push. BD1 stim canisters completely refill your force meter. I think that's also something that we want to unlock. These other abilities... I mean, throwing a lightsaber could be kind of cool, I guess. But let's go with this first. Stim potency increased. So this looks like a boss fight of some kind. So I guess it was meant as a test, and they're trying to set us up against something. Who the fuck are you?
Finally, he arrives! We had action on how long it would take you to get here.
And who are you?
Who am I? I'm Sword Tormo, baby. I'm the boss of this operation. You have greasy forearms to thank for bringing us together.
I will. As soon as we get out of here.
Wait, what?
We have a special challenger for you tonight. An enforcer from a bygone era. A Jedi!
So he sold us out?
See what he's got. Oh, somebody get baby his toy.
I don't know if that's really true.
A show? I'll give you a show.
Oh, hello.
I smell blood and money. Tonight, we celebrate those fallen challengers of the past and the great sacrifice they made to make us all rich.
Nah.
It's fine. I've got more.
It's kind of funny that we can utilize the small explodies, bee things, to deal with the bigger creature.
You get the hang of it quick.
Maybe you should come down and face me yourself.
I'm too busy counting my credits.
So,
He talks too much.
he does indeed. Oh, that's new.
That was enough. Just wait.
Oh, hello. Wait, did he just...
Let's get him something.
I
with
feel
some
like the
fire.
one thing just buried itself into the ground somehow.
Yes, kill him.
Ah,
Now it's off.
I...
Plenty more where that came from.
Why? What?
help, BD.
Oh, hello. Didn't see you there. Get rid of the smaller ones first. How did that still hit me? Come over here, you dumb fuck. Ah, I hate their... Oh, it's
He's finished.
very cool getting, you know, stuck to the wall. I always hate their second delayed hit.
That was my baby.
Oh, I hate their fucking delayed attacks. Takes way too long for anything to happen. I press circle. As always, I feel like the evade it just doesn't properly work while you're stuck against the wall.
The best is yet to come. I believe you know our next challenge is. The Haxian Brood is gunning for you.
Oh, hello.
I'm gonna get my credit.
What was that?
So nimble.
Oh, I pressed fucking circle.
Can't escape me.
Watch out.
Ah, stings in the
Oh.
You won't catch me.
Ah. Well, that was easy.
Do you have any idea who that was?
No, and I don't care. No chance defeated. Well, it's kind of funny that the last opponent was the most difficult one. Whoa, hello. How the... what? How did that work? That looked really weird. Okay. It's also, like, the entry to this whole arena is perfectly built for the Mantis to get in, which is also... okay, yeah, that was a weird sequence. Oh, that looks cool, though. Then
Grease.
that's where we were?
You're famous down there.
Yeah, they're an ugly group, huh? They smell like used droid oil. At least they're okay.
Yeah, a complication we could have avoided. Luckily, we found you.
We have another complication. The Empire knows about the holocron.
That's not good. The entire mission is now at risk.
And I had a nice chat with the second sister, Trilla.
What did she tell you?
She told me you betrayed her to the Empire. Is it true?
She'll say anything to jeopardize this mission.
Is it true?
She was my apprentice. Before the Purge.
You should have told me.
We're getting an encrypted message from Kashyyyk.
She probably should have told you, yeah.
Mari.
Cal, we found Tarful, and he is willing to meet you. But that's not all. The Empire overran our position at the refinery. Saw retreated off-world. Some of us have joined the Wookiee fighters in the forests. Be careful.
You too.
That was... didn't she just move her lips again at the end?
Later. We have her lead.
Okay, this is fine. Everything is gonna be fine.
Oh man, I kind of really do like the cutscenes, but the problem is the setup is so bad, right? Like everything that happens in between the cutscenes is so badly written that
I mean, I figure it's some kind of Jedi thing, but
the cutscenes kind of fall flat now as well.
It's not any of your business.
I think it's my business. And we're all in this together, aren't we? Hey, Cal. I made a mistake. And I almost got you killed.
I really like Grease. He's like really well done.
I mean, we all make mistakes, right? Well, maybe not you. Hey, why don't you cut her some slack? I'm not saying do it for me, but you two are the best thing that ever happened in my life. Before you came along, all I cared about was a tight hand on a stiff heater. That's a game term.
I know what it is.
Cal, life's not a game. Before you two, all I cared about was myself. Easy money. Now it's different.
Oh man, that's really unfortunate. So the thing is, these cutscenes are pretty great. I really like Grease. I like his design. I like his movement. He has actually better animations than the human characters, which is kind of nuts to think about. It was the same with Prov, right? They really... The aliens are especially well designed in this game. Arguably better designed than the one in the new trilogy. The ones in the new trilogy, like the... Well, it's also because they don't really have that uncanny valley effect, right? This game looks like a game, right? It's clearly CG graphic, basically, right? Whereas, for example, in episode 7, you get that, I don't remember what her name was, but I think, isn't it the one that shows Finn, Luke's lightsaber or something? Anyways, it's a CG character, right? And it's like, it looks way more, like, it doesn't properly look like it belongs into the movie, right? It has this really CG feel about it, which I don't know why they weren't able to do that better, right? It's really uncanny in a way, especially because episode 7 otherwise actually relies heavily on, physical sets and physical practical effects and stuff. So it really feels weird, and it has this very floaty sort of early 2000s CG look to it, which is also kind of weird, right? You can excuse some of that in the prequels because, well, they are from the early 2000s, but in episode 7, that felt really out of place. And weirdly enough, these characters are actually designed better than that, which is strange considering all the other problems that this game has, right? For example, it gets paired up with that holo message that we just got from the Wookiee planet, and she and her animations looked really out of place and really weird, right? It is as if it wasn't properly animated. And I'm pretty sure that her lips were also not properly synced to what she was saying, and also continued to do mouth movements after she was finished with her dialogue. This is just really strange. Ah, man. Also, this comes back to another thing that I said last time, I think, is the reason why cutscenes in general work really well in the Naughty Dog games is because you have so much dialogue and interaction between the characters outside of cutscenes, right? So every time a big cutscene is coming, you already know these characters, you already care for them, you want the cutscene to happen because it's always really interesting and fun. This cutscene right now with Grease was actually really well done. Like, I thought it was, it's not the most interesting thing ever, but in terms of what the game delivers, it was really well done. The problem is, you don't really have that much connection to Grease because he was in like 2 other cutscenes previously, right? And yes, there is some optional dialogue that you can get with him when you talk to him after you land on a planet, but even that falls kind of flat. And then there was also the issue that it was kind of bugged at one point where he already talked about something that I hadn't even discovered yet, right? So these kinds of cutscenes, either the game just requires way more cutscenes, or they should have had, I don't know, I feel like, for example, it would have worked way better if they should have included way more dialogue between the characters. And maybe they could have also enhanced the environmental storytelling that way, if instead of Cal just sort of commenting to BD1 what he's finding, there should be an actual conversation happening about those things with Grease and Sear back on the ship. And I also think that it would have been very beneficial to include holograms of them when you talk to them with BD1, right? BD1 could just portray them as holograms in front of you after you find an echo or something. I think that would have massively increased sort of the character interaction and the care that you have for these characters, right? Because this way, it kind of comes out of nowhere, right? Grease suddenly tells you, oh yeah, you're the best thing that ever happened, like you and Sierra are the best thing that ever happened to me, yet we don't really know anything about what they did previously, how long they've even been together at this point, right? We basically know almost nothing about the relationship between Sierra and Grease. Yeah, we get some information at some point, but not nearly enough to really make us care about them in that way, or to really, like, to drive a scene like that home, right? And the same thing about Cal. I mean, yes, we've been together with Grease now for a little bit, but not nearly long enough, I feel like, to warrant him feeling like that about us, right? Or at least there wasn't enough build-up to really make that hit properly. Which is unfortunate because, again, the scene was very well done. It's just, it's missing a lot of build-up, I feel like, to really work better. Also, the overall plot of the game is, I don't know, it feels like it doesn't really know where it wants to go, right? Are we on a mission to find more relics of this ancient civilization and somehow through the holocron get access to the database of the other young Padawan and rescue them from the Empire? Or are we trying to deal with Trilla? I don't know. It feels like the game doesn't really know where it wants to go with all of this, right? And yeah, some of that stuff falls kind of flat. And the problem is I feel like we don't really get a sort of drive, right? I mean, why am I supposed to go back to the Wiki Planet, right? What's like, why should I want that, right? I mean, I just got rescued. Wouldn't it be best to just hide for a while? Is there really any sort of immediate pressure for us to go back to the Wiki Planet and potentially be attacked again by the Empire? Like, it feels like the game isn't really... I know that there is theoretical urgency to this because apparently Trilla found some sort of artifact where they now have access to the holocron or something. And again, what was this whole... And then, what was this whole section just now with the bounty hunters? What was the point? Why is that in here? I mean, the place looked kind of cool, but again, they were really, really amateurish in how they captured us, right? I mean, did they really think that it wouldn't be capable to fight my way through like 3 big monsters and one really, really easy to defeat bounty hunter? Which again, like that whole scene where I got captured in the first place was really dumb because the bounty hunter was really easy to fight, right? Yet he was somehow capable of stunning us and capturing us, but didn't use the exact same trick to stun us again when we finally went up against them again. Like, what? I really expected to that particular stun ability to at least come back during that fight, right? And that I would have to learn how to deal with it and evade it or something. But apparently that wasn't a thing. I don't know, there are all these kinds of details in this game that just don't really work all that well, right?
You know, it's not the origin tree or anything, but it does the job.
I like what you did with the branches.
Thanks, kid. You know, you're all right.
Okay, first of all, what is the point of these seats? Like, is it really just to look at it? Are you kidding me? And then his sentence now, you're all right, right? That makes no sense whatsoever after the cutscene we just watched. Game, what are you doing? Shouldn't we have gotten way more skill points during that entire encounter with all those creatures? I guess not. Alright, let's see. Did we get anything else that's really awesome? Those actually don't look bad, right? But again, I find it kind of weird that you would customize your lightsaber in the first place, right? And they even name these parts Jaro Tapal, right? After the one that gave you the lightsaber, which you would think would be like a very strong connection that you wouldn't want to change, but for some reason you do change your lightsaber. I don't really get the point of that. Also, most of these colors look kind of weird. I don't know. This might work though. It's just a bit more subdued, a bit darker. Let's maybe go with that. You know what? If they had established sort of the idea that Jedi do customize lightsabers over time for particular reasons, maybe to remember where they came from, or rather not where they came from, but what they sort of went through on their journey, right? Whenever a like very important point in their life happens, they reflect that in their lightsaber design or something. If they had explained it like that, like if they actually put lore or some sort of dialogue or whatever into the game that would explain why that's happening, I feel like that would have been a really, really cool way to implement this, right? Because then you'd have at least some form of incentive to get these things and customize your lightsaber, right? And you would think, oh, well, you know, what kind of part can I choose that maybe reflects what I just discovered or did on the planet that I was on, right? I feel like that could be kind of a cool way to tie the story into that lightsaber customization, right? It would actually put some sort of meaning behind it. But since that's not happening, what's the point of it, right? I mean, during gameplay, you don't even actually properly see your lightsaber all the time, so it's all really, really weird. Do we have some more optional conversation? No. I mean, that would have been strange because, yeah, Seer basically told us we don't have time to talk right now, so at least they thought about that properly.
Cordova had supplies hidden all over Bogano. Could be worth a trip back to explore.
Okay, subtle hint by the game to tell us, hey, why don't you go back to Bogano? Doesn't make any sense whatsoever. Didn't even think about that. Didn't she just tell us basically, oh, no, we can't talk right now. We have to, you know, get to Kashyyyk. But now she tells us, oh, by the way, don't you want to go back to Bogano to maybe get some things that you didn't uncover there before? And it just doesn't make any sense. Well, anyway, let's get back to Kashyyyk, I guess.
Kashyyyk? Okay.
Yeah, that's where we're supposed to go!
You know, even after all the action you two bring, I still get a thrill watching the games.
Yeah, as long as you keep your habits in check.
Oh yeah, no, of course. I'm just a spectator. No gambling or nothing going on.
Really?
Yeah, we're talking pure entertainment. Nothing gets me going more than watching a couple slubs square off. Just slick moves and brute force.
Captain, I am slightly troubled by your enthusiasm for something so barbaric.
Oh, yeah, I mean, it is true. Totally barbaric, but still kind of entertaining.
So, again, why exactly are we making small talk instead of talking about the whole deal with Trilla? They really didn't think this through, did they? Also, how can we just land here again if they were attacked by Imperials? It sounded pretty, like, bad, to be honest, during the message that we got, and still we were capable of just landing here? Oh, I was gonna say, is everybody gone? But no, they're standing over there for some reason.
I'm busy. I gotta figure out what to cook next.
Cool. So, are we gonna talk about Trilla, or...
Let's talk later, Cal.
Why? Isn't that a rebel helmet?
Normally, I wouldn't waste my time with the likes of insurgents. But I'm looking for a Jedi Padawan. And I know he's been here. And for that, all of you will suffer.
So that's how she found us on Zepho? Because she came back here and got the information from the rebels, I guess? Okay. Wait, the rebels didn't know that we were going to Zepho though, right? I mean, how would they know that? Or did we tell Saw Gerrera? But why would he tell anybody else? Yeah, I don't think this makes a whole lot of sense, but maybe I'm missing some sort of connection there.
Choisek and Mari drew a map to your rendezvous point with Tarful.
Find Tarful, Mari in the Shadowlands via the
Good to
Overgrown
see
Pass.
you're safe.
Sorry I couldn't be here sooner.
What's happening
I
with
haven't
her
given
eyes?
up on Kashyyyk.
It's dangerous here. Saw's already gone. The casualties are just too high.
No. If you leave, the Wookiees lose support.
Not all. Mari is staying behind with Choisek and Tarful. Some of our troops went with them.
And you?
My child already lost one parent. I can't stay. But myself and the others will find a new way to serve the cause.
Be safe, Miriana.
How do you know her name? Have we seen her before? What?
Mari said you were overrun. I didn't realize it would be this bad.
It's always this bad with the Empire. But there's still a chance for your quest.
I'll find a way to help you.
You've done more than your share. Thank you, Cal.
Have we? Man, this doesn't make any sense. So Saw Gerrera, why were we even introduced to him if he's just gone now? I mean, maybe he comes back later, but that's just kind of... Wait, he's talking about the cause and some other bullshit, and then he just leaves when things get too bad? What? Okay, sure. Also, I don't remember her. I mean, she might have been there when we last talked to Saw Gerrera before we left for whatever other thing we were doing. Yeah. Her eyes are really weird, and... a lot of this dialogue just doesn't really work all that well, because they sort of don't really... Yeah, it just... No. It just doesn't really make sense in a lot of ways. Also, now we can finally go up this thing and get to this. Which was another point of contention last time, like, they didn't properly explain why...
This is a dangerous area, BD.
station was abandoned. Imperial patrols used it as a checkpoint. Must have been overrun at some point by dangerous animals in the area. Yeah, we've seen that. Yeah. This entire section is just dumb, unfortunately. Oh, I halfway expected that thing to respawn, but apparently it doesn't. I think I already talked about that at length, why the design of this room is just really bad.
Let's head out.
Wait, I didn't remember that there was a an elevator here. Oh, is that how we got back last time? Oh, right, it is, yeah. This was where we fought the ADST. And then we took the... yeah. So... is there no point to us coming back this way, or... why exactly can I not activate the elevator again? Oh. It just does that on its own. Well, I guess that works. Who the hell are you? Whoop.
Taking a breather. After him.
Lift up. Don't get hit. Taking the shot. He's moving.
Okay, I cannot just look the other way or something?
Kill him now.
Okay, this is like a really weird fight. Can I just get rid of you? Oh, for fuck's sake.
Stim here.
I don't know.
Hey,
Pango Two Teeth. Who the fuck is that? Oh, that was weird.
This doesn't hurt. You'll have to try harder.
Do I now? Bad friend defeated. So, are we now just being followed by this Haxian brute for some reason? Haxian brute commando. Frequently mixes blastifire, flashbang grenades, shield attacks, and repulsor blasts. Engaged with caution. Their shield protects against lightsaber attacks, but only when activated. Commandos are among the muscle for the vile criminal gang, the Haxian Brood. Crawling from the seediest corners of the galaxy, bounty hunters of this variety are infamous for their violent reputation. Augmented with smuggled droid parts, they are unwavering combatants who combine superior skills with a deadly arsenal. There's a double... what's it called? There's too much space between the worst combatants and who, for some reason. Okay, so now the Haxian Brood is just randomly following us? For some reason, I guess they thought that us escaping their planet wasn't enough, and now they need to all die to us? What? It feels like they forgot some sort of cutscene that would explain why they are now following us. I mean, it hasn't even been explained why they captured us in the first place. Because clearly they weren't trying to, to send us over to the Empire, right? I mean, we were captured, and then they played like a weird game with us that apparently they bet on, but ultimately I think they kind of wanted to kill us, right? I mean, we were supposed to lose, or at least not escape, so... Or maybe they... But again, I mean, I can speculate about that, obviously, right? Maybe they wanted to utilize us in their weird game, but then ultimately, after a while, also turn us over to the Empire. But since the game never mentions anything of that sort, it's like really unclear why this is now happening all of a sudden. Also, why doesn't the game... Okay, I'm meant to go back here, it seems, for some reason. How do I get there? Oh, I need to go back and then to the right, I think. Also, I'm not entirely sure how you're meant to deal with the flashbang grenades. Because I tried to turn around, right, and it still blinded me. So is that just the thing you have to avoid? Or not avoid, but sort of play around? They're still there, I guess.
Cal, do you read me? Sierra gave me your comm frequency.
Mari, are you okay?
Oh.
I'm safe, unlike too many of the others. Did Mariana give you our rendezvous coordinates?
She did. I'm on my way.
Good. We're just reaching them now, but we can't stay long. The Empire's looking for us.
I'll be there as soon as I can.
Why are we so... like, why do we suddenly know all their names and stuff? Feels like we've never really properly been introduced to these characters, but now we're talking as if we've known them for a long time. It's just... I don't know, man.
Stay close, PD. Those things look fast.
What things? The heck are you talking about? Oh. The bird. Nice. I love it when oh, cool. And they just respawned.
Find something?
Can you... I almost fell down again. Mikal. Hey, aren't those the weird things that we see in episode... what is it? Is it 4 or 5 where they flee from the Empire through the asteroid field? I think 5, right? Be wary of sweeping attacks utilizing the opportunity to counter if parried. Close the distance by pulling them in using the Force. I completely forgot that I had the capability to do that. Or, well, I know, but somehow it just didn't occur to me that that's a possibility to defeat them. The menacing Mikal is an opportunistic flying predator known for sweeping attacks from the sky. Long considered a delicacy among Wookiee elders, which maintained equilibrium within the species, their numbers have flourished under Imperial occupation. A nimble, aerodynamic acrobat, the creature instinctively avoids retaliation from prey with a balance of cunning grace and deadly skill. Or, you know, they just lure you to fall off a platform. Which is, yeah. I mean, I guess you're meant to pull them in, so in that regard, maybe it's fine. That was definitely weird. Well, that's cool, though. You see that small platform up ahead? It looks like the platform in episode 2. It's a neat detail. So, what is that? See those weird spikes on the floor? That looks like sort of textures that are wrongly placed or something. That looks really weird. I hope that's not done on purpose. Well then,
Enemy above us.
Why are the stormtroopers not trying to shoot me? The fuck?
We'll win easy.
Bye.
I got this.
I was gonna say, why is the other guy not shooting me? Bye. That's really fun, though.
Aim and fire. Don't let up. No retreating. Stay on it. Oh no, that's our last gunner.
Oh no, that's our last gunner. That was really funny how he said that. Also, only the middle guy actually shot me, right? The other two just sort of stood there and as if they were going, oh yeah, he's, you know, if he's shooting that frequently, like obviously he's gonna kill him.
Where did you come from?
Wait, didn't you specifically hide from me to surprise me? How would you be, or why would you be surprised where I came from? Oh, did he have to do a red attack? It's really fun to push them off the platform, though. But yeah, stuff like this, it doesn't work in this game. I don't know. It's like they looked at Dark Souls and said, oh yeah, we want to have that too, right? We want to have these enemies that surprise the player by placing them like behind objects like this. But it just doesn't work at all in this game. Like it just feels weird.
Is that even possible?
What?
Bullseye.
And he doesn't care about all of this happening. That was also really weird. I think the only reason why I fell when I first tried this is because the game suddenly dropped a lot of frames, and I think it didn't read my jump input correctly. Oh, hello. Huh. Must have already been here at some point. Why are you not doing anything?
I found you.
Oh, right, you can't.
Right here. Got you.
Well, that's boring. What is that platform? Is there any point to that? Apparently not. I guess this is meant as a way to get back or something? Weird.
Welcome, Challenger. Running all you do?
How does that not affect you? The fuck? Why can he just stand in his own grenade? Oh well. Why is that weird slug thing not attacking them? Maybe I have to get close? Yeah, what exactly is the point of this? Oh, I guess it's just a secret? Okay.
Just need to know, don't you? Yes. Let's take a look.
New lightsaber switch. It's really unfortunate. Some of these like level structures that lead you down to chests, they're they're somewhat well done. But the problem is you really don't care about them at all because, well, you don't get anything for it, right?
Mari, are you there? I'm almost to the Shadowlands, at the wreck of a walker.
Saw managed to take one out in the escape.
Is he with you?
No, not anymore. We can talk about it when you get here.
Okay. Okay, so now the slug is doing something. Oh, holy shit. Boom. Okay, so now they dealt with it properly, I guess. You know, scenes like this, they're kind of fun, but the fact that you can see it and nothing's happening, and only when you get close they're actually reacting to anything that, you know, that's going on, is just really, like, why, right? I mean, that's just so unnecessary. Just build the game, or build the level in, like, a different way where... Okay. Well, that was fun. I completely forgot that you can actually pull them towards you. That is definitely the most fun about this game. The fact that you can push and pull stormtroopers off platforms. This is so dumb. This is so dumb. I guess they killed it. Oh, he just stopped firing for some reason. Oh, whoops. What the... I pressed L2. Oh, shit. Force meter's empty. Oh, hello. What did you come from? Oh, I stood in its weird sap thing. Oh, oops.
I can't fight anymore. Get up and fight.
Oh, hello. I almost fell off the platform again. With that weird... Yeah, the whole force meter thing is another... Like, I get that it's meant to be a resource, but if you suddenly can't deal with these troopers... Because, like, it feels like they're taking your fun away, right? I mean, they're not exactly difficult to deal with, so taking your force meter away, or taking your force abilities away because your force meter is empty... yeah, I don't know. Wookiee culture. Wookiee villages once dotted the Shadowlands, peacefully coexisting with the natural environment. Reference for the Roshir is an integral part of Wookiee's light touch architecture. What exactly did you even scan? Is this some random wooden wall? Okay. Whoa, the texture out there is really bad. They even took inspiration from that from Dark Souls, right? Really bad textures in the environment. Or LOD issues. One of the two. Wait, so... Oh. What was that animation? I pulled the thing towards me, but it worked out in the end. Would have been annoying if it had fallen down, but... The fuck? What the fuck was that? I guess that was a leftover rocket or something that was still stuck in the ground? Okay. Sure. That's a cool zipline, though. Oh. Didn't even see this was a place to swim. I still hate that you can't... Like, is there no way to... Oh. Okay, so building up speed while you're swimming is X for some reason? Well, that's weird. Why is it not your sprint button?
Want to look inside? What you got there?
More lightsaber materials. Wait, didn't I just press... Wait. Oh, no, it's circle. Wait, what? Fast swimming is circle? The fuck? Who came up with that? That doesn't make any sense. Okay. I guess. So this kind of looks like an optional area, potentially, hopefully. Ah.
BD, I think this is your strength. What would I do without you? What you got there?
Poncho material. The Guardian. Oh, I guess this is also a way to get back up the zipline? Okay. Don't really know why we would want to do that, but okay. Sure. Another sort of weird area, right? It's just, okay, so you get, like, this one chest and... I guess that was it.
Keep going! We're almost to the Shadowlands!
That was weird. That was weird voice acting. We're almost to the Shadowlands. Right? Also, you were floating in the sky just now. Oh, this time it actually killed the other one. Why did the first explosion not kill the second one? Another one? I don't really like these enemies. I think they're pretty cool in conjunction with other ones, right? When you can lure enemies sort of in. That was... What the fuck just happened with the... Do you see what's happening to the lighting? Oh, just turns itself off. The fuck? Ah, this game. What happened? What happened during development? Like, those are things that's not even bad polish. It's as if, like, they didn't look over it at all again? I don't know. Okay, so I guess I shouldn't go on that thing? Wait, can we not kill it? I guess not.
Let's look.
Oh, never mind, I can.
These jaw traps fake the scent of food to catch prey. Explains the Jogon fruit smell. Pretty creepy, though.
Jaw plant. Well, that's not exactly an innovative name, but alright. Lightsaber can slice through jaws. If trapped within, strength and creativity may prevail. The jaw plant of Kashyyyk is a carnivorous flora found in damp and darkened regions of the Shadowlands. It is known to emit a powerful scent that stimulates hunger receptors in potential targets, luring them closer with a promise of food as bait. When prey appears within range, its quick snapping jaws will spring closed, trapping and devouring them whole. So you can kill them, but you don't get any sort of indication when they're dead? The fuck are you? Oh, that looks weird. Oh, what a cool sort of... Do you see how it specifically follows your path? That's really, really well done. And now it doesn't know what to do. You can play Snake with these. Wait, what? So I can't kill them even though I can stun them? Well, that's weird. What killed you? Guess the plant didn't care about that? Oh, what is that? That texture was completely misplaced. Yeah, these things are actually really cool designed. But I wish you could kill them? Like, I don't really get why...
Leaving Kashyyyk is our only chance for survival.
I won't abandon the Wookiees. I'll take any fighters who want to stay.
Then you'll be left behind. Troops, move out!
Come on. We're going to find Tarful.
Breaking point. Saw seemed to think it was too risky. Yeah, I really don't get what Saw even tried to do here if he's not really... I get that you would potentially abandon a lost cause. Like, to a degree that makes sense. But it's sort of going against his character, I feel like. I mean, it's definitely against what we... Why can I not... So see, I can, like, stun them. I can't really cut them off, it seems. I really, really like their design. Like, it's a really cool sort of idea. Okay. That just clips through, though. That's a bit unfortunate. Yeah, I wish you could use clever ways to actually get rid of them. But they're really, really cool. Like, that's a really cool enemy design. What's happening to the rope? That's really clever. Yeah, these troopers are not very clever, though. You're not fighting a Jedi, you idiot.
You will fall.
Oh, hey, the plant... The plant actually also killed the,
Come forward, Jedi scum.
Why not try and kill me? The plant actually killed that weird fly as well. Wait, what? Oh, I was just clipping through... Well, that's unfortunate. Oh, for fuck's sake. I want to lure him into these things. That was incredible. The game made it even better by not I guess that particular enemy maybe doesn't have, or maybe he's slightly clipped out of the plant or something, and the physics engine didn't really know how to react to that? Or maybe it was because he died in the plant, and so his corpse was just, like, blown past me or something. That looked really, really funny. Yeah, so much for being a light troopers of the Inquisitors or something. Sure. Mushblooms. Mushblooms are a delicacy on Kashyyyk, but must be picked before the fungi reach maturity. Once the bulbous, bioluminescent fruiting body has formed, they are highly poisonous. Incidents of mushbloom poisoning are rare, but often fatal. Wow, okay. Well, that's a pretty dangerous mushroom. I mean, mushrooms in general are already kind of dangerous to humans as well, right? In the real world, I mean. Where you definitely have to know when you're picking mushrooms what you're doing, right? Oh yeah, that's not a trap at all. That's not gonna break at all. Wait, what? That's a bit too obvious for my taste. I wonder if you can jump past that. Probably not, huh? Oh, you... Oh. Fun. So the game basically doesn't know what to do with that. I do like this room, though. Looks pretty awesome, especially with the red lighting. Yeah, do you see... So the game wasn't prepared for me... How? Like, why? It's so dumb. The game wasn't prepared for me recognizing that I'm about to fall through the floor. And so I jumped next to the stuff that gets destroyed, but the game still just clips you through the floor. At least it's kind of funny in a weird way. Though, yeah. But again, though, I really like this plant design. That is actually really, really awesome. I haven't actually fought one of these weird slugs before, I feel like. I pressed circle. Also, I didn't press backwards. Oh. Didn't actually expect that roll to work. The fuck?
Speedy, got something to help me?
I don't know if the game just generally wants you to use your block way more, but you know, pushing circle often results in weird timings, I feel like.
They can't breach our choke point!
Everyone, retreat! We'll cover you!
Partisans ambushed. They were eventually overrun and had to retreat. Yeah, I mean, once again, the problem is that the game feels especially weird when you're fighting multiple enemies. Like, something about that just doesn't feel all that great. It's just kind of awkward. Ooh, what the... Oh.
Ever seen a place like this before? Me neither.
Was I meant to fall? Huh. Well, this looks... weird. Why? Wait, so what was the point of the walls being there if you were meant to fall anyways? Oh. These plants look weird. To be quite honest, I think that a lot of their designs for these plant structures and everything is actually pretty awesome. Like, it's definitely, there are definitely some really cool ideas in there. But at the same time, they're also just kind of awkward. Right, I wanted to get this first, right? So let's get a third skill point. Oh, for fuck's sake, I didn't rest. Man, I hate how long it takes for you to... There should really be a quick rest option. So instead of actually going into this whole kind of menu and Cal sitting down and everything, you should just be able to either meditate or just press square, and it would immediately just save the game and give you back your health and everything. Okay. Do I have to go this way first? Oh! Ha! That's fun. I like those plants. Also, why the fuck can you get stuck in, like, bodies of enemies? That is strange. I never noticed that before, that that's a thing. Oh. Haha! That's pretty cool.
Want to look inside?
See, there are these awesome parts where you suddenly realize, oh, you know, the game actually does do cool shit from time to time, but fortunately, most of the time, it's just kind of awkward. Can I pull that towards me? No. Why is that rope hanging there, though? Oh, wait, that's where we're meant to go, apparently. That's weird. So those guys are just standing over there watching me trying to figure out how to get to them? Well, that's strange. What the fuck? They must be having a field day, right? That idiot doesn't know how to get to us. Or am I meant to be pushed upwards by that plant? Because it doesn't look like I'm capable of moving forward this direction, right? Though, this kind of looks like you should be able to go upwards, but oh well. I don't know why there's a wall to run on here, to be quite honest. Maybe, am I meant to utilize this to jump up to them? I mean, in theory, you should be able to do that, but I guess I can't. The fuck? Why can I not just... Can I bug my way up there? No. Yeah, Can you just come down here? I just want to talk. Can you just tell me how to get to you? That is so weird. Like, it really looks as if you're supposed to be jumping onto those roots and just climb upwards, right? That's what it looks like. But somehow, I guess it's not the... Or maybe it is the correct way? Maybe you have to go over there and then just follow the entire thing? Because honestly, I mean, I don't think there is any other way to get there, right? Unless you're utilizing the rope, but like, for some reason I can't pull on it from here. Oh, I think I know what I meant to be doing. That is strange. So I think you're supposed to swim past this thing. Yeah, and then loop back around. Okay. That was very unclear visually. I just noticed that, you know, there is a place where you can get up from here, basically. So... Wait, can I push these things into the water somehow? Oh, it's always great getting stuck on something. Well, now... I pressed circle, but okay. 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 Oh. Yeah, I still don't like that the, Oh, that has a... reaches further than I thought. I still don't like that your triangle move... Like, dude, it just doesn't make any sense, right? Why would your strong attack be... Why would you be locked out of your strong attack simply because your force meter is empty? That just doesn't make a whole lot of sense, I feel like. Oh, well.
These trees. I feel the force all around this place.
Spiritual connection. There was a special connection. Yeah, why... Oh, why does the databank not elaborate on that further? That seemed like a really cool detail, but nope, you just don't get any more information on that. Okay, so that's how we get over to them. Yeah, and they're just standing there watching me kill all these things for no reason whatsoever, instead of helping me, or at least, like, right? Isn't that weird? Wouldn't they at least sort of yell and say, "Hey, Kel, we're here, come over," right? I mean, at least that would have made more sense.
Is that? It's him!
Oh, Tarful rescued them, okay. Huh. It's really fun to do this, to be honest. Oh, I can scan them as well. Lung plant. When threatened, the lung plant fills its body cavity with air to appear larger. If a snake still tries to graze on its leaves, the lung plant instantly releases the held air to force it back. Well, I thought I was maybe able to get up there this way, but nope. I have to move this way. Alright, that should hopefully get us up to the rope. Yeah. Also, I feel like, in a weird way, sometimes the ropes sort of extend when you pull on them. It feels like they don't retain the same physical length, because maybe that was the only way they could get it to work. Hi. Did you have fun watching me? See, I guess the middle one is Tarful. He actually looks like a proper Wookiee. I mean, well, he still has sort of a weird look to him, but at least he has the proper width, right? Whereas the other ones just look really, really weird.
Glad you made it. This is Chieftain Tarful.
Why is that not a proper cutscene?
I'm on a mission from Master Eno Cordova. He was looking for a Zepho artifact. Finding it could help save the Jedi.
Cordova found wisdom at the top of the origin tree. You should seek answers there.
It's massive. I don't even know where to start.
Well, you might be able to find a way up through its root system, but most of it's underwater. You'll need this breather.
Oh, cool.
Thank you. What will you all do now?
The only thing we can. Keep fighting.
Good luck. Hope we meet again.
Underwater breather. Explore new areas underwater. I actually did not expect that to be a thing. It's kind of cool.
Between you and Saw?
We had a difference of opinion. He thinks the war is lost here.
And you?
I won't leave the Wookiees to suffer alone.
What if Saw's right? What if Kashyyyk can't be won?
The Empire's built on fear and indifference. By banding together, we challenge its very existence. This war is far from over, but it's worth everything to fight it, even if we don't know the outcome.
Yeah, that is such a... It just sort of doesn't really make sense, right? I mean... the only thing that would make sense is to maybe leave the planet, right? Like, everybody leave it. I guess collect your forces elsewhere, right? Where there might be more people to band together. I don't know, this feels like such a weird decision, right? Does that really make tactical sense? I don't know. I mean, obviously it depends on what else you would be able to do or achieve, but even if the planet itself wouldn't be able to be won back from the Empire, clearly the people fighting here still provide some form of rebellion against the Empire. I don't know. It's
How'd you become a guerrilla fighter?
Just a weird decision. I don't know.
Traveled to rule planets, mapping their natural formations.
Sounds exciting.
It was my dream job. Then the Republic became the Empire. The poor became indentured servants. I couldn't sit back and watch it happen, so I joined the cause.
I wish more people felt that way.
That's actually a pretty hefty career change, right? From a topographer to some sort of commander. I mean, the skills that a topographer has are pretty important during war times, I'd imagine, but still...
Stay alive out there.
So you guys are just gonna sort of awkwardly stand around here, right? Oh man, what the fuck did they decide to do it? So if you get close to characters, right, like this, the camera pulls in. And for some reason, the delay on the camera just gets massive. Like, pushing your analog stick, it feels like the camera is sort of moving through goo. I don't know why they decided to do that. And if you move away and the camera pulls out, suddenly it's responsive. That is such a weird change. Okay, so... Oh, I guess we just jump into the water and... dive? Whoa. Yeah, I definitely didn't expect the game to have, like, a full underwater system. That's actually pretty awesome. So... there is a cave over here. Not entirely sure what would be the, Okay, so there are chests underground as well.
There's something in there.
That was a weird animation. So BD doesn't jump into these, or did they just not play the proper animation?
What is it, BD?
Is the game... Is the game bugging out there? Is BD actually still supposed to jump into those crates, and he's just not doing it? I guess so, right? Because, like, why else would they sort of tumble like that? Okay, there's a bunch of chests hidden here. Oh.
Oh, you found something.
I wonder why that's bugging out. Wait, what?
Something interesting?
Lati. Oh, LAATI. Okay, the Low Altitude Assault Transport, or LAT. LAT? LAAT? Also known as the Republic Attack Gunship, was an armed troop carrier used by the Grand Army of the Republic during the Clone Wars and in the early years of the Empire. Maneuverable and formidable, it provided troops the ability for quick deployment and extraction in heavy combat through extensive types of terrain and climates. Yeah, it's still one of my favorite ships. Diverging paths. After a talk from Greece, Cal and BD set off to find Mari and Tafel. While Cal was fighting the Brood, Trilla led an attack to destroy the Resistance. Yeah, the whole Brood section, that was so weird. A rift formed between Mari and Saw, splitting the forces in two. Saw had since left the planet. After fighting their way through the recaptured refinery, Cal and BD met Mari, Tarful, and Choisik. Tarful told Cal to climb the origin tree, and Mari gave Cal a breather to help him get there. The two groups parted ways. Now Cal must climb the origin tree. Ordo Eris. A steroid stronghold of the ruthless criminal syndicate, the Haxian Brood. So that's where we were then, okay. Located on the fringe of the Outer Rim, the shadowy starbase is chiseled into the remnant of a scattered planetoid decimated by ancient superweapons. Ancient superweapons, okay. A vile hive of lawless chaos, the fortress serves as a center of the syndicate's power structure, including smuggling, gambling, and its infamous Fight Club. Characters. Grease Riders. Infamous. Unknown to his co-pilots, Grease hides a dangerous secret, a large gambling debt to the Haxian Brood. Well, it's not really a secret anymore, right? Didn't he tell us about that? While tracking Grease, the Brood's ruthless bounty hunters discover he's traveling with a Jedi, a much more valuable prize. They capture Cal and BD-1 for payback against Grease's debt. Grease and Seer rescue Cal, defeating the Brood and forcing Grease to come to terms with his addiction. That whole plot line didn't come across at all, so that's what happened. Okay. I thought that maybe those bounty hunters were just sort of part of the Empire and hired to capture us. Like, okay, well, at least that now it makes sense why the Empire didn't really play a part in their sort of. So we were just debt collection, basically. Okay. Weird. First of all, it's really weird that the Empire let that happen, right? I mean, wouldn't they be... I guess they couldn't really do anything against it, but still really, really weird. And then, yeah, this whole plotline didn't come across at all. It felt way more random than this when it happened. The fuck? Like, why didn't they include information about this in the... I don't know. Other characters. I don't even know what the new entrance was here. Tarful, maybe? Symbol of Wookiee resistance, Tarful leads his fighters against the ruthless imperial occupation of their homeworld. Forced into hiding deep in the forests, he evades enemy capture, striking out from secret locations by employing asymmetrical warfare. When Cal learns Cordova and Tarful were close friends, he begins a desperate hunt to find him and learn crucial information. Yeah, no, that was not the update, I think. Sorktomo, maybe? Oh, yeah, merciless and bombastic and barren leader of the Haxian brood. Tormod takes great pleasure in his Fight Club, an infamous arena where the galaxy wages on open combat against bloodthirsty killers in Tormod's wild menagerie of vicious space beasts. Never shy on humor, he's a mercurial mobster with a penchant for violence and greed. Well, we were actually really lucky, apparently, that he only used beasts against us that we had already seen. Yeah, doesn't make any sense. Obviously, it makes sense in terms of game development. They just didn't have the resources to put in any new creatures, but that feels like that whole scene. I mean, it was bad. Like, everything about that was basically really, really bad and sort of poorly implemented. But at least that would have made the fight at the end better if they had like a new beast to fight, right? Instead of just an armada of the things that we already saw. I don't know. Was that the new entrance? I don't know. Wait, what? Oh, here. Mictro. The key to the vault. Okay. I guess I hadn't read that. Okay. Wait, this way or that way? Oh, those are clone troops. I was going to say, wait, how did the stormtroopers got here? But those are actually clone troops. I mean, this does look like a potential way upwards. I don't know if I may have missed some sort of optional route, but I honestly don't really care at this point. How did these guys get here? Oh, I really like how they get thrown back. They're actually pretty strong, it seems, right? Ah, for fuck's sake. It's really annoying when you try to move backwards and... Oh, I thought it was dead.
Stim, BD? BD, got something to help me?
Oh, a new stim pack! What the fuck do we get there? Wait, can I jump over to that thing from here? No. Oh. This way though, right? It's really fun.
Never thought I'd be so happy.
Finally we get a new one.
It fits.
It's been a while.
Thank you, BD.
But then again, I also didn't really explore much, I guess. Woohoo! Wait, we don't get it immediately? Okay, sure. Oh, now we got it. Well, that took some time. Origin Lake.
Not even Tarful could keep them out forever. They won't stop until everyone's wiped out.
Hey, that's one of those weird snake plants. A Sava. Capable of extending toward prey within reach or close contact. Resistance to laceration, including lightsaber. How the fuck does that work? Like, how can a plant be resistant to a lightsaber? The Sava is a snake-like flora, primarily located in the Shadowlands of Kashyyyk. Parasitic by nature, they are capable of slowly extending the length of their body toward prey within reach or close contact. Their vine-like skin is resistant to any laceration and upon contact will attach itself to a host, supplying themselves with nutrients for months or sometimes years. They are slow at expanding and quick to retract at any signs of danger. And apparently we're completely unable to kill them? A Jedi can't deal with a fucking plant? Wait, are you serious? You can't. Okay. Wait, so. Oh. I was gonna say, how the hell. Wait, how do I. Okay. I do appreciate that we don't have any sort of breathing meter or something. I mean, first of all, that's... What the fuck was that? First of all, that's consistent with the movies, obviously, but it's just way better, right? Instead of being forced into... coming back up again or something. Yeah. Just flows a lot better if you don't have to pay attention to breath or something. I really like the inclusion of these extending plans in climbing sections. That's a really cool way of making climbing sections actually part of the combat, so to speak. Not really combat, but...
creeps. Whoa, strong words coming from you.
You know, I mean, it doesn't really make the climbing more difficult or anything, but it's still, like, it's a neat little idea, right? It's definitely a neat little idea to include more, I guess, actual gameplay into the climbing sections instead of just making the player press the analog stick in the direction you want to go in, right?
Found the target.
Oh. Ah. Okay, that was funny.
BD, stim here.
Holy fuck.
Down.
That was actually, well, first of all, it's obviously completely dumb that they killed their own with that, right? But I find it weird that once they start their attack, right? Once they sort of swing to hit you, you are automatically locked out of using your force power, which is, it just feels bad. Like, I get it from a gameplay standpoint, it kind of makes sense, right? You would, like, it makes sense that you would be required to understand their timing and, you know, be aware of when you can or can't attack, right? In a way that makes sense, but it's inconsistent with sort of the animation of your force power, right? Like in theory, you should be capable of pushing them out of the way more quickly, and it feels kind of weird that way.
I've got a read on the Wookiee General's position. Close in.
Imperial trackers. They're coming for Tarful. Why exactly are they coming for Tarful from that direction? Also, that's a missing texture. Huh. Where are they coming from this direction? That feels kind of backwards, but yeah, what I was going to say in terms of the that animation, I think it would have been better if your sort of force push animation was a little bit more... Like, if there was some sort of wind-up to it, right? So, I guess similar to, let's say, an Elden Ring or something, right? When you press the attack button, you have to swing first, right? So if the enemy hits you before your swing is completed, it makes visual sense for why you were being hit, but your opponent wasn't, right? The problem is this game doesn't do that, or at least it doesn't do it properly, because the force push usually comes out in like what feels like basically zero delay, but then during combat, suddenly it doesn't work. Like there is no animation or something happening at all, because the game has determined, well, your opponent already attacked, so you can't use your force push in that particular moment, which obviously doesn't make any sense. Like if the animation or if some sort of wind-up animation was clearly displayed, but you're just being hit before your animation can go through, that would make sense, but sadly the game is not working that way, right? So yeah, I guess they just didn't really properly think about that. Also, the placement of the stormtroopers just feels kind of random, doesn't it? I mean... Okay, why can't we jump over to that thing? Oh. For a second there, I thought the game sort of pushed me out of bounds. Maybe it did. I'm not exactly sure if I was meant to be here. Oh, maybe I was. That was weird, because I guess they just forgot the animation for BD jumping into chests underwater? Like, what the fuck? And, yeah, that was weird because I was close to these roots and they sort of awkwardly pushed me back, right? Which is why I thought that I was sort of out of bounds for a second there, because it feels like the game or the physics engine sort of awkwardly pushed me in a direction that I wasn't meant to be going in, but apparently it wasn't a big deal. It was still part of the normal level.
Do you think the Empire would have come after Kashyyyk so hard if we hadn't intervened? The Jedi are supposed to be symbols of hope, but I led the Inquisition here. Mari and Tarful put their trust in me. Did I just endanger them again?
That's a little bit of a... I mean, I get that line of thinking, but it just doesn't really work, right? I mean, technically he is right that potentially being here increased the enemy's or the Empire's presence, but that's also a direct result of us just being very capable, right? So I would say that, sort of rationally speaking, whether or not we are here or just another really, really powerful Wookiee fighter or something doesn't really make that much of a difference, right? The Empire came and tried to deal with this threat specifically because they needed to, right? Or they felt like they would have lost the planet otherwise, right? Or at least part of the planet, or control over part of the planet otherwise. And so that's why they came here. I mean, the fact that it's specifically the Inquisition units of the Empire, yeah, I guess, you know, is still... Yeah, I understand why he's thinking that, but it just doesn't really... The problem is I get what they're trying to establish here, right? They're trying to establish doubt in Cal whether or not the Jedi are actually a force for hope, but it doesn't work all that well, right? I mean, that sort of line of thinking is just, it doesn't really make sense, is what I'm trying to say, right? It's sort of a weird backwards way of thinking about this. And yeah. Oh. Wait, I ran automatically. What the fuck is that weapon? Oh, whoops. I didn't realize that I was standing so close to the...
Focus your fire! Fight me, Jedi! Too weak to kill you.
What? Where did the other guy go?
More! Give me more! You cannot resist!
Oh, he just has all red attacks? Well, that was easy.
Nice
Electro Hammer Perch Trooper. I wouldn't necessarily call that a hammer, but okay. Slow heavy weapon presents opportunities for preemptive strikes. Opportunity for counterattack during heavy attack recovery. Okay. Dreaded disciples of the Imperial Inquisitorius. The Purge Trooper hunts survivors of the treasonous Jedi Order. Combing the corners of the galaxy, this specialized operative is highly skilled in melee combat, employing an electro hammer as their primary weapon. While slow to strike, their electro hammer emits a deadly shockwave that stuns, inflicting heavy damage on a target but takes time to recharge. These troopers wear bulky armor capable of withstanding lightsaber attacks. I really, really don't like that. I don't know. It feels like they really, really wanted this game to be, I guess, more challenging, right? Combat-wise, which I get that. But if the Empire had troopers like these, right? Or if they had the ability to design armor that can completely withstand, or at least partially withstand, lightsaber attacks and stuff. I mean, in a way, I guess you can explain the fact that these guys don't show up in episode 4 or from episode 4 onwards with the fact that they thought that they had completely eradicated the Jedi in the time between episodes 3 and 4, right? And so maybe they didn't feel like these were needed anymore. But then why wouldn't they have brought them back once they realized that the Jedi were... well, I guess they maybe didn't. I mean, technically, the only Jedi left was Luke, right? And the first time Vader actually fights Luke in a lightsaber duel is in episode 5 at the end, right? And Luke very quickly loses that. So I guess there isn't really, like, it does make some sense that the Empire wouldn't really feel the need for these troopers anymore after episode 3, or rather before episode 4, maybe, because the Jedi, they thought everybody was dead. I'm still not the biggest sort of, I don't know, like, I get that they're trying to introduce more difficult opponents in this game. Like, I really, really get it, right? And I do recognize that it's difficult to do so while also keeping some sort of logical consistency within sort of movies and games and whatnot. But I honestly wish that they hadn't really done it this way, like, especially with the frequency with which they appear. those clouds look weird. Yeah. I don't know. I feel like there might have been better choices for introducing a bit more of a combat challenge. In general, I think that I do really, really appreciate what they were trying to do here with the combat, but I do think that a game like this, where you're a lightsaber user and a force user going up against more or less normal soldiers, I wish they would have set up the game more with sort of group combat in mind and introduced challenge more through having to deal with a lot more targets at the same time rather than single targets that are just sort of too strong from like a logical standpoint, right? I mean, do you get what I'm trying to say? It's just sort of, I wish that they would have gone more the route of, okay, making combat more challenging because you need to deal with multiple targets and you need to deal, I mean, something like the stun grenades, for example, or those electro grenades, stuff like that, right? Making, giving opponents offensive capability to deal with you. I feel like having a rocket launcher firing at a Jedi makes way more logical sense than suddenly introducing armor that is lightsaber resistant and a bunch of melee trained stormtroopers with weapons that can fight against lightsabers. Guess we're already at the top of the tree? Oh. We just still don't... Well, never mind. Hello. Oh, I recognize you.
What's this? A Bronca scrap rat playing Jedi. I told the Grand Inquisitor you wouldn't be stupid enough to show your face here again. Especially after we wiped out that feeble resistance. Love it when I'm wrong.
It's definitely a weird choice. Oh, that looked so strange. What the fuck? Cal just didn't react to that at all. He just sort of awkwardly stood on the platform and then suddenly fell down when it was destroyed beneath him. Also, why are we having these sliding sections again? I feel like we're being set up for a fight against the Ninth Sister. Yeah, that's... I feel like... Because she looks somewhat orc-like, right? I feel like she should have a little bit of a deeper voice. Oh, hello. Wait, that's just clipping through the tree? Okay.
Hang on!
That's so weird. Hang on, what? To you? Nothing's happening. We don't have to run. Literally nothing is happening. That's weird, with the music as well, right? I guess we're meant to think that that we have to run away. Oh, cool. I pressed L2, but I guess I wasn't close enough to the grabbing point? Yeah, I don't know. Ah, what a weird scene. So they're trying to introduce urgency through the laser shots, but, you know, I can't be hit by them. This is definitely a weird section, I don't know. I mean, visually, it's kind of exciting, but gameplay-wise, this is just strange. Yeah, I really, really wish they wouldn't have included these sliding sections. Also, I'm clipping through the ground the entire time. Oh.
What is that thing? The Night Sister's searching for us. I should call. On second thought, she listens to their transmissions. Better find out on her own.
So, a giant dinosaur, a winged dinosaur, just took out the ship? Well, that's cool, I guess. What a weird section, like, huh? Absolutely nothing is happening there, right? And the problem is that the urgency is fake, right? If they had designed that section in a way where you actually get hit and killed if you don't move, then it would have worked, right? But they didn't do that. They just didn't. If you just stop moving, then nothing happens. Nothing whatsoever, right? What a weird choice. And then a dinosaur comes and just destroys the ship, I guess. I don't think that ninth sister is dead, but yeah. That was all kind of a weird section. And again, they're just way overdoing it with these sliding sections. First of all, it doesn't make any sense that those kinds of routes would even exist, right? Like, a giant slide down a tree is just not really all that exciting. And I really wish they hadn't done that. Especially since for the vast majority of that section, you're actually just sliding, right? I mean, if the ship would be there the entire time, constantly shooting at you and whatnot, and doing all kinds of different things, right? Then I think it would work a lot better. But, oh, fuck. I wanted to target the spider, not rest. Why is that the same button? I just realized, why is that the same button? Holy fuck. Oh, you can't out-sprint their thing? Can they attack me while I'm doing this? Oh, they can. Why is Kel... Sometimes you're just... Sometimes he's not moving in the direction you're actually pressing. Oh, for fuck's sake. Why are there so many enemies here? Yeah, that's really annoying. Especially because you don't have any way of actually seeing your environment properly. Oh, for fuck's sake, really? This is just really awkward. Stop moving backwards! Really? How is that thing not dead? Fucking hell. Oh, do I actually have some sort of sprint attack that I never used up until this point? I think I do. The other thing was still hitting me from behind though. Well, this is not boring at all. Oh, yeah, it's just really dumb that you sometimes don't see what they're actually doing, right? Because they're out of your vision. What the... That looked weird. Fucking hell, that was annoying. I really don't understand why they decided to implement so many enemies in like one space. It just doesn't really work all that well with the combat system. Especially since you don't see what's behind you all that well. And so if attacks are coming from the side, then you don't really have any way of reacting to it.
I think Grease is gonna like this one. Let's just hope it doesn't get too tall. Oh, nice. Thanks.
Spiderweb. It's estimated that at least 15% of Kashyk's forests are covered in Weeshawk webs. The threat of Weeshawks is so common that Wookiee children are taught to defend themselves against the spiders from as young as 3 years old. Okay. I guess that does explain why they're very capable fighters then, right? Although, arguably, it's not really... what's the word? Like, the game doesn't actually follow through on that all that well, because...
Always finding stuff.
A Wookiee horn. A hand-carved Roshia horn inlaid with precious metals and stones. The intricacy of the design suggests it was owned by a Wookiee of great importance. Ah, so their horns are important to them. Makes sense. Oh, hello. Ah, I hate that they... Ah. They're so awkward to fight. What was that? That looked weird. The problem is that sometimes you move very, very slightly out of range of them, and then if you attack with your square button, you just swing into nothing, and then you don't, like, react. Is that optional? You don't get a proper chance to react to their attack anymore.
For generations, the Wookiees made a pilgrimage to the top. The tree guided them.
Sacred tree. It's more than a tree, it's a sacred source of the planet. It gave Wookiees guidance. Okay. Wait, what's the point of this? Why can't I climb this way? Is that all we can see here?
The stormtrooper was dragged here by some type of creature. And scary out there, BD.
Cool. So where's the rest of the body then? Do these creatures also, like, cut off heads? Wait, that's all there was to this? Okay. Do I want to rest again? I mean, I can just sprint by most of these things, right? Probably makes sense. I don't think they're actually capable of jumping upwards, right? So all these creatures always stand or keep standing on their elevation level. Which is another weird decision, right? That's almost as bad as what they did in Elden Ring with the flying enemies. Are you serious? I thought I pressed the... I wanna... How is that so difficult to just hit the small creature? Oh, I stood in the sludge, I think. Honestly, yeah, the game is just way too much jump run. I don't know, it just doesn't work all that well, unfortunately. Or, well, it's not even that it doesn't work well, it's just, it kind of feels empty? I guess that's the right word. Like, these sections are, they don't feel... Oh, that was really weird. The camera did something else entirely. But yeah, it just sort of...
Shh. We don't know if it's friendly. That's the thing that took down the Ninth Sister.
So the Ninth Sister is actually really dead? Like, just dead? That's it? Really? That's strange if that's the case. Because we weren't... That was the first time she actually talked to us, right? The only other time we had seen her was on Braca in the background?
Oh.
Hello. Looks pretty cool. Maybe that's a creature that's defending the tree or something. I'd imagine that could be the case, right? I mean, this level does look really, really beautiful, right? What is this? That looks strange, doesn't it? Huh. Oh. The hell? Oh, that was... The fuck? That was weird. Oh. So you have to hit them properly? But wait, now it works. I think the game sometimes pushes you forward too much. What are we learning now?
Try again.
Just keep failing, Master.
Do you? Good. Keep failing. Keep getting back up. That is the only way to succeed. Do not allow yourself to be weighed down by ego and pretense. Let go of what you fear to lose and rise up. Now, again.
X while in the air to Jedi flip. Oh, so now we get a double jump.
Good.
Okay.
Now reach my position. You can do it.
Just gotta keep getting back up, Edie. Just gotta keep getting back up, Edie.
Oh man, that is so...
As long as we get back up, we're still in this fight.
That was a really awkward section.
Purged before Master T'Pol died.
Okay, so according to that, we now have learned all the Jedi powers that we unlearned for some reason. That was really weird. Like, putting this here, and then you don't even need it to proceed. What the fuck? Okay. Yeah, that was just... I don't know, this didn't work nearly as well as the other places where we found our force powers. Also, like, what the fuck is this? You see that? Like, usually... Yeah, what? You're not even doing a flip. Because you're already so close to the ledge that you're just sort of awkwardly, like, being pushed a little bit closer to it without actually flipping? What a weird thing. Calislan has healed his connection with the Force. Okay. So now we get the final abilities, yeah? Well, it's actually like only 3 new things or something. What is this? A powerful pull that yanks group of enemies towards Cal. Okay. Doesn't sound too bad. Grasping pull. I don't really need that. Increase the range of Cal's lightsaber throw. Probably want to go with increased force for the time being. I mean, the lightsaber throw might be a good idea as well. It does require 3 skill points, though. Increase all lightsaber damage. Yeah, that's probably what I should get first, right? Okay. When performing a precision evade, Cal briefly slows enemies and recovers a small amount of force. What the fuck is a precision evade? So if you press circle at the correct moment, you recover force? See, this is something that would make a lot more sense as sort of a basic ability that you have from the start, because that would allow you to replenish your force meter while in combat without having to defeat enemies. That is actually a crucial thing, I think, that's missing for this sort of base combat of the game. Because then you can just utilize a lot more force powers, but it requires you to actually be good at evading enemies and stuff, right? Okay. That's unfortunate that they didn't put that, like, maybe it doesn't even need to be a basic ability, but it should have been something that you could have learned very early on. That would have made, or that would make the game, or the combat a lot more enjoyable, I feel like. Also, technically, it looks like we're still missing 3 points over here, right? Between these two? I don't know, this feels like they, for some reason, had to hastily implement some sort of double jump. Or rather, hastily implement a section where that double jump was introduced to the player or something. Holy shit. Okay, that completely clips through the... You see that? Like, the anchor point of that is completely wrong. Do they not expect you to actually look at that? I don't get it. Oh. Also, I didn't realize that Cal just starts auto-running on walls. I always pressed X for some reason. What the hell is that? Oh. What? So there is a wall here, but for some reason going forward slightly. Okay. Hi. It looks really, really cool, but the animations are really weird.
It's hurt. Think we can help it?
Well, I don't know if it will be inclined to... Oh, that is...
I understand. This tree connects the core of the planet to this one.
These guys are really easy to deal with when you can just force pull them towards you. Okay, what was that just now? Why the fuck did that just... I feel like this is not actually what I just heard. Whatever, probably wasn't that important. What? Am I not meant? Oh, okay. That was weird. Yeah. I don't know. I mean, these jumping sections and everything, like, it's impressive in terms of where we are, right? Oh, that was kind of strange. It's impressive in terms of where we are and how large this tree is and these environments and stuff, but well, first of all, I feel like they had to make a lot of compromises in terms of environmental detail here, which is unfortunate, to make this section as big as it is. And yeah, it just...
Hey, BD, what's this? Yes, let's take a look.
I don't know, the game feels padded a lot, I would say. Like, there are in terms of enemy variety, it's really not all that great.
This felt from a Wookiee as they climbed the tree. Some type of test.
Wookiee rite of passage. Scaled the tree to great heights as a rite of passage. Okay, cool. I don't know, I feel like there's a lot of sort of emptiness and or sections in the levels that are just sort of padded. I don't know. Like, I realize that, for example, Uncharted, or The Last of Us, they also have, like, bigger sections of their levels where it's sort of just combat, right? But for some reason in the Naughty Dog games, I never really felt like it was padded with just sort of empty pieces of environment. Either there was always something to look at, or some interesting sort of way in how the enemies encountered you, or something. I feel like in the Naughty Dog games, typically there's just a lot more, I don't know, variety in terms of what you're doing, even though technically you're not really like doing anything too different, right? I mean, it's still just climbing and jumping and everything, but somehow here it feels as if these guys just don't care about me? That's weird that you can just... They're sort of part of the environment. The tag is a tree-dwelling primate native to the planet Kashyyyk. These friendly creatures can often be found on the ground searching for overripe fruits. It feels like they're meant to be only placed in the background instead of actually where you can walk. Which is really strange, but okay. But yeah, I don't know what it is specifically. I'd have to go back. It's been a while since I played, especially the Uncharted games. And even The Last of Us 2 is like, what, 2 years ago at this point, right? So, I don't know what it is specifically, but yeah, something about these environments and enemy placements and whatnot just feels kind of empty. I don't know, like... That is... Doesn't that swing way too slowly? Also, aren't these look like Clone Wars artifacts, basically, right? Or ships that...
From the Clone Wars.
Yeah.
The war never ended here. Everything we did any of it matter?
What? The fact that the war hasn't ended here is a good thing, though, because that means that it's one of the only places where people are still fighting the Empire. That was a weird comment. And yeah, how did they actually climb the tree when, like, before the Clone Wars, when these things weren't here? Wait. That thing is connected to nothing. You see that? Like, from the front, it looks as if it's connected to that tree branch, but it's actually literally connected to nothing. It just floats in the air. The fuck? Like, how? How do you... I've never seen that in a game, because, like, isn't that something that you automatically do correctly? So if you're building this level, right, this doesn't even require any sort of QA. You would just build this level and just attach it to the tree itself. Like, it doesn't make any sense and it's just floating in the air. How do you fuck this up so badly? What? Was this level designed in like a day or something that they literally didn't have any time to go over it again? What? And there's floating grass here as well. Yeah, honestly, especially with the lack in environmental detail with a lot of this, it feels like this level was really, really rushed. Which is probably also an explanation for... What was that? That was weird. Which is probably also an explanation for why there aren't any new enemy types here and why the enemy placement with the spiders previously and stuff just felt really bad. The fuck? How does stuff like what? This game is just weird. I don't know what happened. Like, what happened to this game?
This bird might be the last of its kind.
Oh, the last Shield bird. The others are long gone. Yeah, it would have been cool to know what they actually are, or is it the big thing that we saw? I guess it's part of that? I don't know. You know what? Never mind. I'm actually going for the third skill point first, because more lightsaber damage is probably going to get us through the game more quickly, or through encounters more quickly, rather. Oh. I just clipped through that wall. The fuck? Yeah, this section is definitely another part that wasn't properly tested. The longer the game goes, or the longer this level goes on, it honestly feels as if they just messed this up big time. The problem is that these things, like, your initial sort of height is already too low to properly run on these walls. Alright, I made it through. Yeah, that was
A little help here?
not great.
Much better, BD.
Oh boy. I really hope we don't have to fight it. Oh, now I actually see. The first time we actually get a proper look at it. So it actually has those luminescent, or not luminescent? Is that transparent feathers? Cool. So that was what we saw earlier. That background also looks kind of weird. I mean, obviously it's also low detailed, but something about the scaling seems off. As if it's sort of not like proper ground level. How do I explain this? Like, it should be what's the word? Orthogonal? Is that how you pronounce that in English? Like a 90-degree angle between the tree and the ground, obviously, right? Technically. I mean, obviously, if there is a mountain going on or whatever, then, yeah. But it feels like it's not actually 90 degrees, right? It feels as if the ground is sort of flipped upwards slightly at a really awkward angle. And that's why the background just sort of looks weird. Also, the lighting just doesn't really fit well together. Can we help you, buddy? Hi.
We can help it, but we have to be careful. I don't want to spook it. Hey! It's okay. We're not here to hurt you. We're friends, understand?
Sure, just yell, hey! We don't want to spook it. Hey! That's how you do that. Oh, holy shit.
It's a piece of the Night Sister's ship. We need to remove it. This is gonna hurt, okay? I'm sorry. Thanks, BD.
So our small little stim pack actually works on a giant creature like that? I mean, maybe we actually just had to...
we could do. We could do.
That was an issue earlier. Why is he suddenly sometimes repeating lines? I think that's another bug, right? Shiu birds are so rarely seen that they were once thought to be creatures of legend. The Shiu's body shape and feathers enable it to glide across long distances without expending much energy. Since the Shiu conserves energy so well, it rarely leaves its nest. Experts say a typical adult may hunt once per week. Their diet of sligs and wishogs led to its depiction as a protector of both the Wookiees and Roshia forests. Catching a glimpse of the Shiu is a rare blessing that guarantees peace for the viewer. Huh. I definitely like this idea, or like I like the design of the creature, I like the idea of helping it and everything. That's a pretty cool section here. It's just that the level's really poorly done, unfortunately.
Let's go, BD. Hey, BD, take a look. Let's see what you found.
My friend.
Oh.
Never have I seen a view more exquisite than atop this tree.
See, these things are buggy as well, right? I'm pretty sure that he's meant to keep talking there.
My friend.
Because this will keep talking, I think.
View more exquisite than atop this tree. The climb has given me time to reflect. It was the will of the Force that I found Bogano, and that I am here now. There is a greater journey ahead.
Or maybe it's not buggy and they actually expect you to go into the menu to hear the full thing. If so, that would be an incredibly weird design choice. God, this game has so much weirdness going on. I don't even know what to call this anymore. Like, the fuck? It's not even, again, the problem is that I've played a lot of games that felt unfinished or buggy, or like, for the longest time, the Elder Scrolls series was one of my favorite game series of all time, and it kind of still is. At the point where, when Oblivion released, for example, it was still an absolutely awesome game. I mean, it sort of still is, right? I mean, for its time, Oblivion was really, really, really well done. But your typical sort of Bethesda bug, right, is something that a lot of people are familiar with. But again, having played games like that, and other games that either felt unfinished or just in general, so for example, let's say Genshin Impact when it released, right? It did a lot of stuff that just felt kind of cheap, right? Where they didn't really put in a whole lot of thought into, for example, being able to customize your controls, right? I expect that from like a free-to-play game or something. But I don't know. There is some like really, really inherent weirdness about this game with its bugs, where the game's not just buggy, but instead it just feels like the way it was designed was sort of... I don't even properly know how to express that, but something about this just feels off. Because it's not just buggy, it feels, and I don't... Okay, so I need to make it clear that I'm not trying to sort of put down or insult the developers, right? I want to understand what has happened here, because this doesn't feel like a lack of QA in certain aspects, but fundamentally feels as if there were people working on this project that for whatever reason just didn't have the experience necessary to develop this, right? As if they weren't properly... And I mean, maybe that's not even a fault of their own, right? Maybe the company or something didn't provide them the tools or the necessary knowledge to work with their engine or work with their stuff or some... I don't really know what it is, but it honestly truly feels as if not only is it a lack of polish and a lack of Q&A that this game desperately needed, but also just some fundamental something more fundamental was lacking during the development. And yeah, it's really, really hard to express and put my finger on, but I've never really quite seen anything like it. It's very impressive how far away we are from the factory, though. But yeah, especially looking at the factory, since it's like a somewhat square object, right? It just... something about the perspective is off. As if the ground is not properly placed in the background. So do we get a flying section? Or a cutscene at least?
They're giving us a lift? There's still so much the Empire hasn't touched.
I mean, it's all nature. So... Definitely a pretty cool scene, not gonna lie. Wait, I thought he was... So... what was the point? Buddy? Wait, where did it go? The fuck? That was... Yeah, this level, I don't... What... Huh? This feels like they sort of... Like, they had this level sort of lying around, but it wasn't even half finished, right? And they sort of went, well, fuck, our game's too short, what do we do? Yeah, I mean, this level's not finished at all, but let's just put it in here. That's what this truly feels like. I mean, I get the idea behind it. Don't get me wrong. The idea behind the scene was really, really cool, and it could have been a really, really beautiful scene. But what exactly was the point? I was expecting this guy to transport us back down to the other soldiers and to our ship, basically. I mean, I don't know what that would have... Technically, we're still trying to find an artifact up in this tree, right? So I guess that's where it was taking us? And then it just sort of awkwardly disappears. Also, you could plainly see what they were doing, right? So they were replacing this. They were placing the bird in the foreground, and then doing some really weird animation with Cal, where he didn't actually move onto any platform, but they were hiding it by placing the bird in the foreground. Now, that's a trick that you can use. Right? I mean, that's often used in cutscenes, especially in video games, that they just sort of move objects in a way that actually doesn't make logical sense with the environment. But by hiding certain things, it still works out, right? And it's a legitimate thing that you can do, right? If you don't really recognize it, or if it's not, like, ultimately, it doesn't really matter. But in this case, it was very, very apparent what they were doing because the animation was so poorly done, right? Like Cal sort of very awkwardly moved and... How the fuck is there a desk here with... What?
Good job, BD.
Wait, what did BD do? What? What? How? What? What? I mean, it's cool that I get a double-bladed lightsaber, but how? Do we just find a second emitter and a second... Don't they usually require, like, a second force crystal or, like, not force crystal, whatever the fuck that's called. What? Huh? Why is this here all of a sudden? Double-bladed lightsaber. The double-bladed lightsaber excels at crowd control. Use the force attack to overwhelm and clear large groups. Continue blocking after successfully reflecting a blaster bolt to reflect additional bolts back at your enemies. Oh, and now it can switch between them. That doesn't switch, though. I guess I have to do it during combat or something? Because he just pulls it out and then... Whatever. You know what? Let's go with the orange. I hate that it's premium content, whatever the fuck that means. I don't even knew that I apparently bought something that had that. But yeah, I mean, if it's double-bladed now, I think it's fair to change its look, to be honest. What would be a cool double-bladed look, though? Something like that, maybe? Or this. Let's try this for the time being. This looks kind of cool. That not so much. This would work as well. Let's go with this. And then the middle section, base one, it looks actually kind of cool. This looks a bit weird, right? As if there isn't a proper grip to hold on to. Let's go with this. It's way too much premium bullshit on there, but oh well. I could kind of go crazy, right? Just go with the golden one or something at this point. It's a bit matte. That also looks kind of cool. So I need to remember that the blade is orange now. I really like this color, but I don't think that it works too well. Could go with this, but that looks a bit plain. The golden, that looks like too much gold, to be honest. Or I'm just gonna stick with my current one. Or with this. Okay. Oh yeah, that looks awesome, to be honest. Why the fuck is that premium content? Are you kidding me?
Looking for something?
Oh. This looks remarkably similar to the Zepho thing on Bogano.
At last, I found my quarry. The Astrium, used by the Zepho sages millennia ago. I hold in my hand a piece of galactic history. Oh, I will never be able to thank Tarful enough. Do you know what this means, my friend? No need to return to Darthamir. Darkness clouded every attempt at finding the Astrium inside Kujit's tomb, but the Force has provided a new path.
Kujit's tomb.
Okay. How? What? Wait, so he actually already found the Astrium. Didn't he return to Bogano with that and try it out? Like, what? Like, I guess he maybe did? That seems kind of unclear. On Cordova's journey to Kashyyyk, he met with Chieftain Tarful, who knew of an ancient artifact atop the Origin Tree. Cordova scaled the massive Origin Tree, where he discovered one of the last remaining Zepho Astriums. With the Astrium, he was able to access the vault in Bogano and hide the holocron. Oh, so that's how he hid it? Okay. Oh, right. Okay, so that makes more sense now. So, he found one of the Astriums, and that's how he hit the holocron. But what does he want us to do? So we have to try and find the Astrium that he wasn't actually capable of retrieving in order to access whatever he he hit on Bogano? Isn't that kind of backwards? Like, if he himself wasn't able to get the Astrium from Dathomir, why would he expect somebody else to be able to get it? Seems like a strange setup, to be honest. The Astrium. Its relic is the key to Vault of Bogano. The dark side clouded every attempt at finding one on Dathomir. Yeah, I mean, that doesn't really sound too good, right? Also, it's kind of strange that the Zepho statue is here, because isn't this more or less the only remnant that we've seen of the Zepho here on Kashyyyk? Kind of feels a little bit random, to be honest. Which I guess means that we're now going to Dathomir, which has been a location available to us for a long time, and now kind of isn't anymore. Hey, buddy. Oh yeah, so he actually wanted us to get up here. That's pretty cool. I really, really like this creature, right? And that it's peaceful and everything, but these nests and everything, and climbing on this tree, I don't know, somehow that reminds me of Monster Hunter. Well, there you are.
Found you again.
You're done hurting this world.
I don't know what's got second sister thinking you're so important. She likes her souvenirs, but I'm not in it for the memories, and honestly, you're not worth my time. So let's make this quick.
Yeah, let's make it quick. Wait, I can't actually... Oh, so... Oh, okay, so the game just doesn't properly...
Not happening. Almost felt that.
Whoa.
Toss me one, BD.
Let's actually see if this works.
Not bad for trash.
What about for a Jedi?
Is there a difference?
Oh. You just wanted to be as cool as me, I guess. Okay. I thought I timed that correctly.
Help, BD!
Aren't you enjoying this?
Well, that was weird.
Just a scratch.
Oh.
Little help, BD.
Oh, hello.
Not happening.
Oh, really? Oh, why is it suddenly another button? Oh, okay. You have to jump over that. Aw.
Just a scratch.
That's kind of weird. She leaves herself wide open with that. Whoa. Well, it's kind of easy to avoid. Oh. Ah. Sometimes you... Aw. What? Okay. So I guess the cutscene happened
It's
at...
over. Being an Inquisitor taught me no setback is too great. When you've already lost yourself, a limb's easy. You know, I was a Jedi. It'd be fun to bring you in. Watch you crack like the rest of us!
How did Cal not recognize that was a thing?
Just wait till the isolation, torture, mutilation, and your breath! I won't let you touch them! You can't stop the Empire!
I can stop you. We just took down an Inquisitor.
That looked weird.
Glad you're okay. We should get back. Seer and Grease are expecting us.
At least now they had a proper animation for getting him back onto its back. I didn't think that it actually survived. Oh, but they're just dropping you off here. I guess that was too much. Okay, so then the ninth sister is dead. I do have to say, well, I mean, the fight in and of itself was pretty cool, I would say. I'm not the biggest fan of their implementation of these red attacks. I think those kind of destroy the flow of combat a little bit, and they're also, like, the red attacks are usually really, really easy to avoid, and they leave a big opening for you to attack. And she was doing a bunch of them back to back. I was still getting hit a bunch of times, but that was more to, I don't know, I mean, obviously I did this for the first time, right? So I wasn't really sure what she was capable of doing and the reach that her attacks had and the timings and everything. So, but it felt like she was doing those red attacks just way too much, right? To the point where it was like that was the big opening for me to get in a lot of damage. Which I feel like is a bit of an unfortunate decision. I wish they would have, like, the red attacks in and of themselves. The problem is that they're lacking sort of the coolness factor that the death blows in Sekiro have, right? So in Sekiro, the way it's done is that there are also basically these red attacks, which maybe that's actually where they drew the inspiration from, or I guess it's very clearly where they drew the inspiration from. But the thing is that in Sekiro, well, first of all, there's variance in it, right? There are like 3 different types in Sekiro that you have to react to accordingly, which makes it more interesting from a gameplay standpoint. But the way you react to them in Sekiro also works in a way where they don't break the flow of combat, right? If you react to them properly, either you're jumping onto your opponent and therefore can deal damage right away, or you're doing the, what was it called, Mikiri counter, and stepping on their weapon, stuff like that, right? And it keeps you close to the enemy. It just feels very, very natural in terms of how you're punishing them for their opening, right? Whereas here, it's just sort of the red attack is happening and you're just doing your dodge roll or something like that, and then there's just a big opening while the enemy is still recovering. And it just doesn't have the same sort of flow that it has in Sekiro. I still wouldn't say that it's bad. Like, I like that it's a thing, right? Without it, it would definitely feel even less varied in terms of the combat. But I also do think that at the same time, there needed to be more basic attacks and stuff to keep it interesting without the red attacks. I feel like they're over relying on those red attacks because the normal attacks just don't seem interesting enough. So I wish they would have done more in terms of those normal attacks where you have to react in certain different ways. I don't know. And just in general, the timing as well feels... And I said that earlier, that was something else that I felt was weird with the stormtroopers as well. Also, I think mainly the problem is that the game just doesn't explain it very well or at all, right? Because I think the first time the tutorial comes up, they basically explain it with, if you press L1 at the correct moment, you're going to parry your opponent and it gives you an opening. But when the game progresses, that actually changes to where you have to parry combos of attacks, and then only the last parry will allow you to counterattack. But that feels kind of unintuitive, or unintuitive is not the right word. It just... I don't know, I think it's visually just a little bit unclear when that happens and why it happens and what exactly is the last part of their combo. I don't know. There's just... yeah, just doesn't work as well. And, well, then the bugginess of the game strikes again, and that whole cutscene, or at least the start of the cutscene, happened while the animation for the ninth sister was still in some sort of attacking motion, and so the standoff didn't happen properly. All kinds of jankiness like that. Oh well. Also, yeah, I really, really wish that they would have, they should have removed the ninth sister completely. She shouldn't be a thing in this game. Instead, you should have more encounters with the second sister, right? She should have been built up. Don't even call them sisters or anything. Just call her the Inquisitor, right? Just make her one strong force within the Empire that runs some sort of, underground operation, CIA-like thing, right? Within the Empire. That is authorized directly by the Emperor, but, that's kind of what they're establishing here. But again, I think it would have made Trilla more special that she's actually the Inquisitor instead of one of the Inquisitors. And also it would work better in terms of continuity, because obviously, Force users in general at the point of episode 4 apparently were long gone, basically, except for Vader. So it feels kind of weird that apparently there were 9 sisters who were all basically Sith. That just doesn't really work all that well. And the problem is also that the 9th sister, she just doesn't really get any sort of character build-up, right? She was basically nobody to us, right? She doesn't get introduced properly. She's just sort of there. And then suddenly you fight her and you kill her and that's it, right? And the problem is, it's not even that in like specifically. Not every enemy needs to be a built-up character or a fleshed-out character, right? That's not always necessary. The problem is, though, that Trilla also doesn't get enough character development and also doesn't get enough scenes with her in it. So I'd rather wish they would have taken these scenes now with the ninth sister and implemented more duels with Trilla, right? And they could have... I mean, maybe it would have also felt a little bit cheap to always end those duels without anybody even... But I mean, they could have actually ended it the same way. I mean, maybe not cut off her arm, but in a way where Cal pushes her off the platform, but she doesn't actually die, right? And then she comes back and there is a final duel at the very end or something. And yeah... I feel like since we already, as I said, we already don't get enough Trilla to really build her up as the enemy, and so it would have been more interesting, in my opinion, to have her be a more constant threat rather than a nobody like the ninth sister, who we don't know anything about, and yeah, it's a bit weird. I mean, I guess this all feels as if they originally meant to have a much more expansive story in the game, and they had to cut it down drastically, because we also, up until this point at least, we have absolutely no fucking idea who these sisters are, where they came from, why they're called sisters, why they have numbers, right? Are they actually 9 sisters? I don't think so. They're probably maybe some sort of order that calls themselves the sisters, something like that. But again, we don't know anything about them. That's not been a thing throughout the entire game so far. But it should have been, right? And there should have been more information about them. So yeah, I feel like they also, alongside all the bugs and everything that the game has and the lack of just general polish, I feel like they also had to drastically cut down on the story, unfortunately, which now a lot of this feels a little bit, I wouldn't say empty, like it's clear, at least it works in that regard. It's clear that there was meant to be more there, right? Maybe they could have put it into this data bank, and explained a bit more through that if they didn't have the time to implement it during cutscenes or anything. But, yeah. There's definitely you get this general feeling of not really caring as much as you should about the different characters and scenes and everything within the game, just because it feels like there's a lot of stuff that's been straight up omitted and not being told to you. Which is just really, really unfortunate. Well. It is what it is, I guess. The duel itself was still kind of fine. Yeah. I don't really get what the difference is between having a 2-bladed lightsaber. Like, how exactly did that help me in this encounter? Oh well. On the way up the origin tree, Cal and Beatty encountered the shield bird. After saving himself from a deadly fall with Jedi Flip, Cal and Beatty rode the shield to the top. Oh, after saving himself from a deadly fall. What deadly fall? So strange. So apparently there was supposed to be a deadly fall there, and that's why we suddenly remembered the Jedi Flip. The problem is there was no deadly fall. I was able to do that jumping section without the flip. The later parts did require the flip, but that particular platform where we learned the flip, we were actually capable of traversing without you doing it, so, ugh, yeah. They discovered two things. Cordova found a Zepho astrium there years before, and a Zepho tomb on Dathomir might hold another. Just as they were leaving, the Ninth Sister attacked. A fierce battle ensued, but Cal won by pushing the Ninth Sister off the tree. The grateful Shio bird gave Cal and Beatty a ride down. Now their hopes rest on finding an astrium on Dathomir. Wait, didn't it say there were multiple entries? Oh yeah, characters. Second, the Ninth Sister. There are also only 2 databank entries. The sardonic Ninth Sister joins the Second Sister in hunting for Cal Kestis and Braca. Powerful Dovahkiin, the Ninth Sister presence creates terror wherever she goes, a fact she relishes. This is just, like, what? There is so little information about this character. The Ninth Sister faces Cal in the peaks of the Origin Tree on Kashyyyk. There she reveals her gruesome history as a former Jedi. What? There she reveals her gruesome history as a former Jedi. She did? Tortured and mutilated into the brutal Inquisitor she has become. How is she mutilated? What? After an intense battle, Cal defeats her, but is she truly gone? I mean, okay, so maybe she's not dead yet, but I didn't get that at all from that scene. What the fuck? How's the game so bad at conveying its information? I thought she tortured Jedi. Not that she was a former Jedi that had been tortured. Also, we don't see that at all. Like, how would you... What? That wasn't clear at all, that she was tortured and mutilated. How weird. Now I get to increase my damage output. Increase all lightsaber damage. Bam. Oh wait, now we saw... Oh, that's why the rest of the skill tree was still blocked, because it's tied to the dual lightsaber. Okay, that makes more sense now. So throws the double-bladed lightsaber in an area around Cal. Wait, that sounds way better than the normal lightsaber throw. Actually, I don't know. It feels like... I mean, maybe Dathomir is not the last last location of the game, but... I wonder if we'll be able to actually unlock everything. Switch attack. Cal performs a special attack while switching his lightsaber type. Okay. Sounds a little bit like the Bloodborne trick weapons, doesn't it? Delay combo. Waiting longer to press attack after Cal swings his double-bladed lightsaber allows him to perform a continuous string of high damage attacks. Okay. Well then, so now, yeah, now we're supposed to go up the zip line again. That is so dumb, right? That they still attack you, even if... Like, they still shoot the rocket at their own feet to deal with you. That's so weird. Also, once again, it's just so incredibly strange. Oh, hello. Where the fuck did you come from? What? Doesn't actually feel like my damage just increased all that much.
BD, help please. Feeling much better. Thanks.
I thought there was something weird going on with your movement here, but I don't really know.
You think that's an intruder?
Bye.
Shoot the enemy! Focus on his...
That's pretty cool, though, that you could do that, right? Just counter once, and it's automatically shooting everything back at him. Wait, now we can scan this?
I hear you, BD.
8080. The All-Terrain Armored Transport, or Imperial Walker, is the backbone of the Empire's Assault Armor Division. A quadrupedal multi-troop transport deployed for heavy ground force assault. They are most often used to eliminate insurgent threats and enforce Imperial occupation throughout the galaxy. They are equipped with a host of formidable offensive capabilities, including chin-mounted long-range heavy blaster cannons, as well as side cannons and blast-impervious armor plating. Was this path somehow blocked before, or did I just not care about it? No, it's... Oh. Don't think it was blocked before, I just didn't really see that it was a thing. Also, so now we can just run past that guy because we've unlocked this, or not unlocked, but we can just, well, run past him, literally. It's a strange thing.
Eyes over there! Get the target!
Bye-bye. What? Huh? Did they close off the shortcut? Oh, no, they didn't. I just have to wait until the fucking elevator gets here. I was gonna say, wait, what? Shouldn't the door open? Wait, that's weird. When they... If they have a door in front of the elevator, why don't they just teleport the elevator down there so that you don't have to wait? Why would they still physically move the elevator if they can just literally teleport it, because you as the player won't be able to see that? Why? Man, there's so many strange decisions in this game.
I'll take him down. Copy that. Ow!
Did he just say ow?
You're a coward. I'll catch you.
You are a coward. You could have run to us like ages ago. Oh, that's clever. Now we can open this up because we have the double jump.
Just need to know, don't you? Yes. Let's take a look.
Well, at least in this case, it was kind of obvious that you weren't able to actually reach the chest without the double jump. It is still, like, once again, that is still one of their definitely weird design decisions, that they just kind of have these things here that I don't know, where they just so somewhat awkwardly show you a chest that you aren't able to get to yet, but they're also not really telling you that that's what's happening. Like, instead of making it obvious that you're missing an ability, they just sort of I don't know, expect you to know that there is going to be another ability?
No. Lieutenant Tallis chewed me out for it during the lineup. Nothing on the holonet about it either. I guess we're stuck then. Incoming!
Seems like these guys can't really deal with the double-bladed lightsaber, though. Bye-bye. I'm behind the door, you idiot. Wait, isn't this the proper way back? Or that? I don't even have to deal with him, right? I think.
Jedi incoming! I got it. I'll break your guard.
Did I ever find this box? Guess I must have just run past it, huh?
Hey, BD, what's this? Yes, let's take a look.
Am I even meant to go back to the ship? Yeah, I am. I had to double check because sometimes the game's just really, really unclear with what you're supposed to be doing. Yeah, let's just rest here. Never quite know what the game is going to throw at you, right? I mean, maybe there's going to be another sort of final battle with the Ninth Sister or something, and then we die to it, and we're respawning at like a completely different place or anything, so... better safe than sorry, I guess. And literally safe in this case. It is still somewhat strange. Like, I'm really not entirely sure if I may have missed something somewhere. Or not really missed, but... I don't know, but the game's really, really weird with, like, moving back through these sections. Because it just feels so pointless moving through sections that I've been through at least twice already, right? And so you kind of... you feel really awkward going through them again, because it feels like you took a wrong turn somewhere, or you might have missed a shortcut or something, right? But I don't think that was the case. I think you were actually meant to go back the exact same way for some reason.
Cordova believed the key to the vault is on Dathomir.
You find your Wookiee?
Yep. Things are bad down there. Empires everywhere.
Inquisitors?
Trilla, the second sister, is gone for now, but she's still chasing us. I defeated the Ninth Sister.
Cal, when I was captured,
how much salt are you gonna put on that?
I resisted. I swore to myself that I would die before I would talk. But then this dark shadow came. And he was worse than any nightmare I could have imagined. And I still fought. But in the end, I came apart. And I gave them Trilla. And I know there's nothing I can do to make that right. But Cal, there's still a chance we can save the others on the holocron.
Okay, look. The Ninth Sister said something about becoming an Inquisitor like it's inevitable. But you went through the same thing she did, and you didn't join them.
Cal.
It's okay, Seer. We'll find Cordova's holocron.
Hey! Get your lasers off my lunch!
Seer's Pass. It's a bit weird. Man, that is. I actually find it so awesome, right? That they decided to place the ship sort of within the level, right? They could have easily done away with sort of, you know, you go to a certain spot and when you're there, they just collect you with the ship, they fly away and that's it, right? But they decided to physically place the ship within the world, you being able to physically enter it. There is an actual launch sequence and a landing sequence as well on the planet. And even though there isn't really any point to it, you can still freely travel between the planets as well. Again, I expect there at some point during their planning, there probably was a much bigger point to that, but it just didn't really end up being in the game, unfortunately. The problem is, they also... This type of scene should have been on the, while we are traveling from Kashyyyk to Dathomir. Because, I mean, we've been fighting the Empire on this planet, right? The Wookiees have basically left, or at least they have, gone somewhere else, right? So we're almost all alone here, very, very close to where the Empire troops are stationed, right? So it's highly likely that they would find us here, given some time. So it's just so incredibly strange that we just sit down and have lunch while we're literally physically only, I don't know, about 400 meters away from all the stormtroopers and stuff. Right? I mean, that is such an awkward... And again, there was no reason to do that. They could have literally had this exact scene without changing anything, really, while we are moving from Kashyyyk to Dathomir. That is such a strange decision. Oh, well. I also, I really, really didn't like how Cal reacted in that scene, right? He really felt like that angry teenager, as if he would never make a mistake in his life, right? I mean, he feels like the angry teenager that still doesn't really understand that life will sometimes throw situations at you where you will fail, right? I mean, that's just inevitable. Everybody will fail, at least at some point during their life, right? And who actually said that quote? Isn't that also from Star Wars? Or is that from... Shit, how was that exactly? Like, something along the lines of... No, I think that's actually... Oh, how did I remember that all of a sudden? I think that's from the commencement speech of Joanne K. Rowling at Harvard, like 10 years ago or something, that I watched on YouTube. And that comment actually resonated with me, which I think at that point, I mean, think about her what you will, right? But I'm just thinking of that particular phrase, which I think she said something along the lines of, well, you will fail, right? I mean, failure is something central to life. I mean, I'm paraphrasing here, right? That's not actually what she said, but she said something along the lines of, you will inevitably fail in life, and you will have to learn to live with that and have to learn to deal with failure, because if you haven't failed, you haven't properly lived, right? I mean, I think she said it in a slightly different way, but I heavily agree with that. If you never failed in your life, it's not because you're incredibly intelligent and incredibly good at everything. It's because you never actually went out and tried stuff that was out of your comfort zone or anything like that, right? Yeah, and I think that is something that, especially for me personally, I feel like I sometimes did have this attitude of when I was younger, right? When I was still like, I don't know, 16 or something, or even when I was 18, I think that I sometimes thought, oh, I just know better. I probably won't make that mistake, or I'm never going to end up there or here or whatever the fuck, right? And growing up and getting older, I think made me realize that, I was wrong in a very particular way about that. And I think it's not that you will fail so much that you know where you can fail, right? It's this sort of realization that even if you haven't failed in a particular way, or if you, well, how can I put that? But I feel like you realize that there are certain limits to your being, right? And even if you don't know where your own limits are, even if you haven't failed in a particular way, you still realize that you can fail if you're pushed enough, right? And I think I mentioned that in another stream as well. I don't know where that was specifically. Probably during 13 Sentinels or something. Yeah, it must have been during that game. I think it's incredibly important to know what you're capable of and where you can fail. And I think every human being should realize that every human inherently has the capability to do wrong, right? We all have that in us. Everybody has a different threshold before they, let's say, lie or deceive or steal, right? That threshold can be very, very different from person to person. And obviously, the better you're off in life, the less likely you will ever encounter a situation where you have to resort to those kinds of things. But again, growing up, I think makes you realize, or should make you realize, I should say, because I feel like a lot of adults don't realize that, unfortunately. You can always run into those kinds of problems. You will never be 100% secure from even murder, right? That is something that every human inherently has in themselves. But most of us will never experience a situation like that because we will never be thrown into one, right? We will never face a life-threatening situation where you might have to kill in order to survive, right? And so we can't even say, and don't get me wrong, there are definitely people who wouldn't kill in that situation, right? Because their threshold is so high that even when their life is threatened, they still wouldn't kill a person. That doesn't mean, however, that they would never kill, right? Maybe there is a completely different set of circumstances for whatever reason that would bring them to kill. Now, obviously, those are incredibly extreme conditions, right? And nobody, or most of us, thankfully, will never experience them. But you still have to realize that, in theory, there could be a very, very particular set of circumstances that would bring a human being to do a very bad thing. It doesn't even have to be murder. It can be something else entirely, right? And I think, yeah, growing up has made me realize that there are certain, and that's the same thing, sort of, I do somehow, like, it's not exactly the same thing, but it definitely corresponds to failure as well, where I would say that, failing in particular ways is just human. That can happen. And knowing that it can happen, just, I think, makes you a little bit more humble and also makes you more accepting of other people failing, right? Because even though your threshold might be a different one, even though you might be capable of doing something, even it might feel even really, really easy to you personally, realizing that there is a threshold where you would also fail I think makes you more humble towards other people potentially failing at a lower threshold, because you can realize, wait, even though, I might be more capable than them, there is still a possibility that I would fail it as well, right? And, that in combination with the fact that every human being sort of excels in different areas, right? Just, I think, makes you a lot more humble and a lot more respectful towards others that might fail in particular circumstances. And just makes you more aware of that fact, and more aware of the fact that, again, that can happen and is a thing that frequently happens, actually. Coming back to this game now, though, considering the hardships that Cal already endured in his life, right? Having to hide away or hide himself from the Empire, taking clearly very difficult jobs on Bracca's with the scrapyard and everything. I feel like he should know better at this point, right? It just feels weird that all of a sudden his character demeanor resorts back to being an angry teenager rather than an understanding adult, right? And I wish that they would have portrayed him here with more understanding towards Seer's situation, right? And have a more adult approach to the whole thing. That doesn't mean that he needs to forgive her, right? Or anything like that. But the way he was sitting at the table, like arms crossed, looking away, right? That is what angry teenagers do. That is not what responsible adults do. And yeah, it's a bit unfortunate that they portray him like this in this particular situation, because I feel like it makes him a lot more unlikable, right? I don't know. At least I personally don't really like it. And it makes Cal seem like not like a character that doesn't really have much depth to him, right? Like he's a very, very simple-minded, which I wish was like different, I guess. Seer's past. Cal learns Seer lied, hiding that her former Padawan Trilla is the second sister. When Seer was tortured by the Empire, she was forced to betray Trilla. The Empire then captured Trilla and turned her into an Inquisitor. Seer, devastated, used the dark side of the Force in order to escape. Fearful she will slip back to the dark, Seer vowed to never use the Force again. Again, that is something that didn't come out in that discussion at all. She used the dark side of the Force? I thought that shadow she saw was something that they used to torture her with, not the way she escaped. The fuck? Oh, the game is so bad at actually portraying what they're trying to tell you. What the fuck? Also, it's really dumb in this situation as well, from Cal, to not be more open to her talking about this, because understanding why these people become Inquisitors for the Empire and how all of that works and what they're potentially trying to, like, it might be very likely that Cal would end up in a situation where he himself would also be tortured in the same way that Seer was, right? And being aware of the potential shortcomings or potential mistakes that Seer made could be very, 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 very beneficial for Cal getting through it, right? Yet he sort of disregards her talking about it. Yeah. Their setup is a really, really weird
we'll
here.
Talk later.
What? Why? We have time now. And this as well, right? This. It's just such a, like, we'll talk later. But why? They're not providing any sort of reason for why we're talking later instead of now, right?
Go away.
Why? Go away? Why? The fuck do you all of a sudden have a problem with? Yeah, this is... Man, there's so many problems with this. Really, really wish they would have... I don't know, done more with this. Let's go to Dathomir, I guess.
We could head back to Bogano. Might be more to discover there with your improved skills.
Yeah, but why though? They're definitely trying to push you towards that, but we know, even in terms of the story, we already know that when we finally get that artifact thing from Dathomir, we have to return to Bogano anyways. So why would we go there now? I actually wonder, does the game only have these 4 planets? Kind of think that might be the case. Not that it's necessarily a bad thing. I mean, the locations in terms of their size aren't bad. It's just that it's more that the content itself that isn't as good as it could be, or should be rather.
We're Dathomir bound. Setting course for Wait a minute. You want to go to Dathomir?
I'm surprised Cordova went there. He must have had good reason.
I am staying put on the Manus once we arrive. Red sunlight cannot be good for your skin.
This place used to be home to a powerful cabal of force wielders known as the Night Sisters.
They use the Force? What, like Jedi?
No. These witches served only themselves. Their powers focused on deception, illusion, manipulation.
Sounds like someone I used to know.
During the Clone Wars, the Night Sisters made a deal with a Sith Lord who betrayed their trust. In the end, they were nearly wiped out in a massacre. Dathomir is a deadly place. We should be careful.
Don't have to tell me twice.
That actually sounds really, really interesting. So the Night Sisters were betrayed by the Emperor? The Night Sisters of Dathomir were a coven of powerful Force sensitives, skilled in the use of magic, an expression of the Force unknown to Jedi or Sith. They previously ruled Dathomir. Night Sister society was strictly matriarchal, with the coven answering to a mother who also ruled the lower Night Brother class. Their civilization was destroyed at the behest of a vengeful Count Dooku, okay, after Asajj Ventress and her sisters attempted to assassinate him. Wait, why did they try to assassinate Count Dooku, though? Huh, okay.
Coming up on our creepy destination. Grab some seat, kid.
That actually sounds quite intriguing. I have a feeling the game's not really going to do much with it, but yeah, nonetheless, pretty intriguing point, I feel like. And it does make me wonder whether or not the Sisters, as they're called now, the Inquisitors, that is, if there's some sort of unofficial follow-up to their organization. Though obviously that would bring up the question why they're now on the side of the Empire. Or maybe the Empire or the Emperor used powers that he learned from the Night Sisters in order to convert these Jedi into Inquisitors, and that's why they're called Sisters. That could actually be a pretty cool setup, to be honest. Well then, let's see how that planet looks. Dathomir. Oh, hello. Already got some creepy faces on the side of the wall.
doors, I got walls, I got Jedi, I'm fine. Yeah. Hey, Cal, you and her. Is everything all right?
Hell no. That's not what's important right now.
You know, Seer believes in you. And to tell you the truth, I didn't really think that much of you at first.
I noticed.
I mean, she got me to follow you to the scariest place in the galaxy, so, you know.
Yeah, that's true.
Well, I hope you two can sort this thing out soon so we can finish this quest and go relax somewhere. I know a great castle on Takodana that makes the best bloody rancors in the galaxy.
As if we can just walk away from this, right? And as if we would destroy the entire empire and then... I mean, the real quest is actually only starting once we get the location of all the Padawan and stuff, right? Technically.
So, looks like Sork Tormo really wants a piece of you.
You don't know the half of it, kid.
How'd you ever get involved with that guy?
Look, I didn't grow up with much. I mean, I had my great-grandmother to lean on, but that's it.
You had to know it wouldn't end well with gangsters like the Haxian Brood.
Cal, we ain't all Jedi. Most of us gotta scrape by and occasionally make some bets we wish we hadn't.
I understand. You can count on me if the Brood comes after you again.
Yeah? Huh. Thanks, Cal.
Have you seen Seer?
What? Is this a trick question? You want me to go outside and find her for you?
No, it's okay. I'll find her.
You gotta quit messing with me, Cal. I mean, I'm tough, but fragile.
Not that fragile. We literally landed 5 seconds ago. Where the fuck would she be? She's obviously standing outside of the ship.
Not now. I got work to do.
Yeah, I can see that. Some of this dialogue, man. The fuck did they think?
Do you have a moment?
This looks pretty awesome, though. Does somewhat remind me... I don't think it's the same planet, but it definitely reminds me a little bit of... I think it was the starting planet if you chose, like, in... not Knights of the Old Republic. What's the MMO called? It's just the Old Republic, right? When I tried to play that at one point in the past, I don't know, I think it was shortly after it went free to play. So about, I don't know, 8 years ago or something.
Cal, do you have a moment?
Yeah, wait a second, I'm talking here. The starting planet of the, like, Sith class, I think there were like, I started on the Empire side, or Sith side, it's not the Empire at that point, Sith side as a Sith, not commander. There were like two, you could either be basically a Sith, like the counterpart to a Jedi, but then there was a Jedi something, and a Sith something, like something else, right? Something that wasn't just a fighter. Anyways, their starting world looked somewhat similar to this. These are clearly Zepho ruins, though, which is really, really interesting. Though those guys in the background there, they look... No, wait a second. They look exactly like that one statue that we found when we went to the grave of the second sage, right? Also, this is definitely a very interesting landing platform. A very scary one at that. Why wouldn't you land... I mean, maybe it's not that easy to do. Why would you land like this? That just seems scary as fuck.
You've come a long way since Braca, but the path is far from over. I want you to know the difficult challenges ahead.
I can handle it.
I know what you can do. I'm not denying that.
And I know what has to be done. I've done it before.
Cal, even the strongest of Jedi.
I'm not Trilla. I'll be fine.
I know you're not. I didn't say that.
I'm not asking you to say anything. It's okay, Seer. Really.
Just be safe, Cal. That's all.
I mean, once again, it just kind of makes Cal seem like a dumbass, because, like, he seems a bit too full of himself, right? He just barely killed the Ninth Sister. He had a lot of trouble with Trilla when we were fighting. You can't be entirely sure that he is not going to discover anything else on this planet that might turn him to the dark side or something, right? I mean, you can't really be sure about that, so it just... Man, he's a frustrating character, to be honest. And not a very good main character at all.
Hey, I know we haven't been on great terms, but can I talk to you about something? I need your help.
I'm listening.
I've reconnected with the Force, but I still feel blocked.
Why do you think that is?
Every time I open myself up, I see Master T'Pol.
You felt this, yet you've continued deepening your connection to the Force. You know what that says to me?
That I don't know what's good for me?
That you're strong enough to embrace your emotions. Give yourself time.
Seer, thanks for helping me. Means a lot. I never knew much about Dathomir.
Not surprising, very few did. Most of what I know is from Cordova. He had his reasons for coming here.
Seems like it.
Doesn't mean it's safe. Be careful, Cal.
We can still talk.
Please.
Just remove the... whatever. I mean, it looks pretty awesome, not gonna lie. I mean... Ooh, hello. Yeah, that looks actually really, really awesome. Wait, so there's a permanent eclipse here? Or how does that work? Or is that just a particularly weird star? It looks pretty awesome. The design of this place is really, really, really interesting, I would say. Definitely like it. That being said, though, instead of taking a lunch break, I think I'm gonna leave it here for today. Since I still have some IRL stuff to do. I know that I already did a shorter stream yesterday, but I do want to start something else tomorrow. Give me a second. Alright, yeah, I had to talk to somebody real quick. Yeah, as I said, I think since I want to start something new tomorrow, since I'm through... Technically, I'm not entirely through 13 Sentinels. I was thinking that I might return to 13 Sentinels once more on, like, Sunday or something, with a little bit more of a distance there, and talk a little bit more about it. I don't know. The problem is, I mean, there's a lot of destruction, or a lot of the game of 13 Sentinels still left, but I don't know how interesting that would really be. It feels like it's more of a sort of, a little bit more like they're expanding on the destruction part of the game, which I appreciate that it's in there, but I don't know how much, like, if it's really worth it to play through. We'll see. But yeah, since that's all happening and I still have to deal with some stuff, I think I'm going to leave it here for today. And especially since I don't know if I'm being too harsh on this game. I mean, it's not a bad game at all, right? It's really not, but it has so many problems. The problem is I think the most frustrating part about this game isn't that it's frustrating, but rather that they kind of robbed themselves of something great here, right? I feel like if this game had gotten a lot more polish, if they had thought about the story a little bit more, if they had expanded on certain aspects of the story a lot more, right? If they were given more time and possibly budget or anything to implement more cutscenes, to just flesh out the characters a little bit more, this could have been, you know, a really, really good Star Wars game, right? On par almost with Naughty Dog, possibly, right? If they had actually given it a chance. But it feels like they just sort of had to rush it out, possibly stop development for whatever reason, and that's just really, really unfortunate. And the problem is, because of that, I'm actually, you know, honestly struggling a little bit to do very, very long sessions on the game, because it feels like the game almost doesn't want you to play it, right? It feels like a great idea that has been very poorly handled, and therefore it's like you really have to force your way through the game, right? Because there's just a ton of, like, every 5 minutes you just encounter something that, you know, isn't working properly, or like a texture that's misplaced, or something that just feels slightly off for whatever reason, right? And it really detracts a lot from the enjoyment of the game, and it means that you overall don't really, or at least in my case, I don't really have that much fun playing it. Like, I want to play it. Like, I'm still really interested in the game, because I think it's really interesting to look at what could have been, right? And what this game could have been had it been given proper care. And so I'm still intrigued to finish it. I'm still intrigued to see what more there is, but at the same time, I definitely think that, they just... Oh, oops. Picked up my controller. They just, really didn't do all that well. Anyways, oh, hello. Yeah, he's kind of proving my point right now. God, what the fuck? Also, funnily enough, right, the game, it's never the same thing that is wrong. Like, it's always a new weird bug or thing that's happening, right? It's just really, really strange. I don't know. Anyways, let's rest. Let's save the game. And yeah, that's gonna be it for Jedi Fallen Order today. I still have to think, which is also why I kind of want to take some time. I need to think what to do with tomorrow and what I want to stream, what game I want to start. That being said, though, Jedi Fallen Order is definitely going to return on Wednesday. Today's Monday. For a second there, I was thinking, wait, what's the day today? But yeah, it's going to return on Thursday. And we'll see how much more we can discover, how much more we can get through. And something else tomorrow, something else that I'm still not really quite sure about what's going to happen. So that's going to be it for today. Wait, let me just go back to the main menu here. Yeah, I've talked about at length about this game, about what it is and isn't, sadly. Yeah. I don't know. Maybe we'll have a very strong finish. You never know, right? Maybe whatever ending cutscene they have is really, really cool. Maybe. I'm still gonna keep up my hope. Other than that, that's gonna be it for the stream. today. I'm gonna see you tomorrow. Have a great rest of your day, evening, morning, wherever you are, and till the next one. Bye-bye.